rednecking it. It is what it is. The Sue's awake on a Saturday night, huh? If anybody. Can't wait for some notifications to go out. Gonna have me a little protein bar. Built. I know it's backwards on your screen. I don't know if I can try. Will this thing mirror? Hold on. I don't know. What's up, DJ? I don't know if the camera can mirror or not, so I can. It's whatever. Oh man. Got some craziness going on. We're definitely on our way over to Iran. We're finally going to lance this boil so we can start the healing. Can you imagine in our lifetimes that the Middle East is going to be at peace? I don't know if that's happened since before World War I, honestly. But when the U.S. takes out Iran, and it's like an onion, man. It's like anything else. And I got. Hold on, just give me a sec. Can I screw it up? Here we go. I put that on Do Not Disturb. It's like anything. It's like Venezuela. There's several reasons why we do the things we do. It's not just one overarching issues. It's a bunch. It's a bunch, and they converge, and it's a good thing all the way around. You know. You didn't watch me for the professionalism, let's be real. So yes, I'm going to eat on camera. When Iran is finally taken care of, we're going to have peace in the Middle East. Right now, the Sunnis have already made peace with the Jews. It's the Shias. And the Pope of the Shias is the Ayatollah in Iran. Once you get rid of the Ayatollah, Hezbollah and Hamas go away. The Houthi rebels go away. Iran stops being a basket case. And it's going to be great. All right, thank you, Car. What is your opinion on Islam? Do you really want to hear my opinion on Islam? I've talked about it before. It's it's not a favorable opinion, I can tell you that. What's your opinion on Islam? Oh, right on. Well, thank you for being here. And see, that's the thing. I've heard it brought up before, and they're correct. The Iranians are not traditional Muslims. They were forced by the Arab invaders to convert them over to Islam. They're traditionally not. They're Zoroastrianism. That's where Zoroaster came from, with Ahura Mazda, which is actually where Christianity gets a lot of their tenets from, as a matter of fact, because of the it's one of the few dual religions where you have a light side and a dark side, you know, the God or the devil, what have you, right? So that came from a Zoroastrianism, which Christianity is an amalgamation of a lot of different religions from the Middle East. It just is. Yeah, well, all right. Since you asked, I'm not overly religious. I am a little spiritual, but I'm not overly religious. But the main problem I have with Islam is the Prophet Muhammad. He is well, to be blunt, he is the humanity's most infamous pedophile. And he was also a bloodthirsty warlord on top of that. So, not exactly the characteristics I would want to endow with my prophet, the God. So, I know Epstein's on everyone's lips right now, but the most infamous pedophile in human history is the Prophet Muhammad. It's written right in their book. He married Aisha when she was 6 and he consummated when she was 9. I don't give a damn what era you live in, that's pedophilia. And because he did it, that's why Europe is dealing with a lot of, well, grooming gangs right now, especially over in Britain. Because it's embedded in the culture. I'm just having a real moment with you guys. It is what it is. No, it's not the cooking channel. Unless you call it eating a protein bar a cooking channel. Yeah, it's not a good religion. It's based on violence and kid fucking. Pardon my French. If you're new to the channel, I'm a blue collar guy. So I'm going to say blue collar words. Anyway, got that out of the way. But when Iran's finally dealt with, and we get our guy in there, it's going to bring peace in the Middle East. And it's also going to stymie the influence, the economy, the power projection of both Russia and China. Which, by the way, was also one of the main determiners of why we went to Venezuela. It wasn't just that Maduro was a shitbag and a drug lord and a state sponsor of terror, but because the Chinese and the Russians had undue influence on the Maduro regime. And that stemmed from, his predecessor in Hugo Chavez. So that's why we got them. It's to curtail the Chinese and the Russians. Russians don't want to stop fighting with the Ukrainians. Trump has made it very clear that he wants the fighting to stop. Russia won't. Russia doesn't have the balls to use nukes because they know what's going to happen, even tactical nukes. We've already made that clear, even during the Biden administration, that if Putin dared use tactical nukes in Ukraine, that we were going to sink the Russian fleet. Like, just flat out, every one of their ships. Done. And honestly, there's not much they can do about it. These are not the Soviets of old. A lot of their war-fighting capabilities has been eroded. So, in Russia has been saber rattling, especially with Taiwan here lately. So, and we don't want that to happen because we cannot allow the Taiwanese technology to fall into the hands of the communist Chinese. We're just not going to allow it to happen. So it's there's a lot of things going on right now. And it's a power play. And again, like I said, it's onions. There's layers. But a lot of it has to do with stymieing Russia and China on the global stage. It is what it is. the Ukrainian war would have ended a long time ago if the Europeans, Russia and China had abided by the sanctions. Can you believe it that the European countries were still buying Russian oil? They're voting against the Ukrainian war, but they were still buying Russian oil, which was counterintuitive because it allowed them to continue the war effort. So it's all ridiculous. In a sense, Trump is forcing hands. He's forcing countries to pick a side. Unfortunately, we're DJs that we saw what happened with Canada with Carney. Carney is choosing China, which is a mistake because, again, just like Venezuela, it's all about the Monroe Doctrine. This is the United States' hemisphere, flat out, and that's why we forced the Chinese out of Panama. We took the control of the canal back, in all but name only, right? They gave the ports to BlackRock. They're in effect controlling it, but we're telling BlackRock, but it's an American corporation, if you can call a global conglomerate an American corporation, but they're American in name, and they're not communist Chinese, in other words. So we took the Panama Canal back. We got rid of Maduro. We're telling Colombia to straighten up. And since we took Maduro, that garnered a lot of attention, and people are starting to pay attention again. And I don't understand. People may not like Trump, right? He's bombastic. He's opinionated. He's kind of crude. My kind of guy. But when he says he's going to do something, he does the thing. So when he's telling the Iranian regime, hey, you better not go out there and start killing your people because they're protesting because you're totalitarian shitbags, and they send the Republican Guard to go out there and start mowing down people in the streets, he wasn't kidding. He wasn't bluffing. Just like when he told them, you better stop your nuclear program. You are not allowed to have nukes. We will not allow you to have nukes. You know, we are Simon, and this is Simon Says, right? Remember that little game? Or Mother May I, right? However you want to do it, they didn't ask permission. And they're not in a position to demand anything. And we tore down a mountain that they thought was safe from American and Jewish or Israeli ordinance, and it wasn't. It turned out to be a very catastrophic lapse in judgment. And they did it again with mowing down tens of thousands of their own people that were wanting basic reforms. You know, there's a lot of people out here claiming that Orange Man bad, he's Orange Hitler, all blah, 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 but these are communist revolutionaries LARPing as revolutionaries. There's actual people living under a tyrannical dictatorship, and that would be Iran. You know, where women don't have rights, or showing your hair in public is punishable by death, where leaving Islam and being open about it is punishable by death because you become an apostate. And not only do they come after you, but they come after your family as well. That's how they keep you in check, with peer pressure. Yeah. So the Shah back in the day was not a Boy Scout. But when you go and look at the lifestyle of the people back then, you know, you juxtapose that with how they have been living under the Ayatollahs. It's night and day. It's night and day. And it makes sense for the United States to stymie Russia and China, depose a pain in the ass in the Ayatollah regime, and reinstall the Shah's heir, and putting our guy in power to calm the Middle East down and to break off the axis between Russia and China, because it all went through Iran. Iran said, they remember back in the day they had taken down one of our Predator drones, and then they reverse engineered it, and that's the technology they've been selling to the Russians, and that's why the Russians were getting a lot of their drones, the Shahed drones and other armaments. So yeah, I mean, it's going to affect the war effort in Russia. It's going to affect the energy imports into China, and they're very susceptible to that because China does not make enough energy to sustain itself. Everyone's worried about going to war with China, and they would have about 3 weeks at most, because they have to import their food. They don't make enough food, and they don't make enough energy. They need oil coming in. They also need Australian coal coming in. And there's several choke points in the region where we can just send some of our naval ships, and it would just completely blockade anything going in and out of China. So yeah, I mean, on paper, I guess if you got into a land war with the Chinese, that's one thing, but we already did that in Korea. We weren't just fighting the North Koreans. It was Maoist China's Red Army, or People's Liberation Army, whatever the hell they want to call themselves. So, and we fought them to a standstill. You know, and if we had listened to MacArthur back in the day, before Truman got in his feelings, he would have nuked Moscow and Beijing before they had the nukes, and that would have ended the Korean War. But I guess Truman had the balls to do that to the Japanese, but he couldn't do it to the Soviets or the Chi-Coms. Why? I don't know. Different era, I guess. Who's this crackhead? Do I look like a crackhead? I guess I drink like a crackhead because I'm drinking my tea. It's whatever, man. I'm just telling you how it is. You don't have to like it. It is what it is. You know? Trump is following through on a promise. He said he was going to take out the Iranian regime if they kept acting up. And when he brought down a mountain around their damn heads, you would have thought they got the message. They told you exactly where everyone was out. Hell, even they were so precise in the missile strikes that they had that general in an apartment building. They lobbed that rocket right through his bedroom window, and they had the explosion basically contained within his apartment. That's how precise they were with the ordnance. They brought down a damn mountain, and they took out whole swaths of the Iranian military leadership. I think what happened was that the Israelis spoofed a high-ranking official's number, told them there was an emergency meeting somewhere. So all these guys show up for the meeting, and then they get blown up. I mean, but they did this. They did this, and they didn't get the message. I don't know if the Russians got in their ears or the Chinese got in their ears saying, "No, we got your back, dog. It's okay. We got this." You don't got this. You don't got this. Maduro, nabbing Maduro was another flag. It's like, you don't got this. We got you. You're walking around upright because we're allowing you to walk around upright. We know exactly where you are at all times. We know about all your business transactions. We know where everything. We know what you feed your dog for dinner last night. We know the last time that you and your wife had coitus. I mean, we know what book you read to your kids for your bedtime stories. We know all of it. For all of them. They're not going to hide. And I know the Ayatollah went to his underground bunker when we leveled his mountain to take out his nuke program, but we didn't care. We weren't there. We didn't want to decapitate the Ayatollah right there. We were sending a message. If we wanted the Ayatollah at that point, we could have damn well got him. You think he was somewhere safer than a nuclear facility at the bottom of a mountain? No. No, he wasn't. No, I'm not. I have Irish ancestry, but I'm not Irish. I'm American. Northern Irish, to be more specific. They were from Belfast. But no, it's a lot of people are up in arms right now, and I get it. War's scary, but unfortunately, it's not always your call whether you go to war. The Ayatollah has already declared war on the United States. I know they got a little fart in the wind during the press when it happened, because nobody's really taking it seriously. But he and his administrators officially declared war on the United States like months ago. Months ago. And I don't know why people don't remember that. It's like, you may not want to be at war with somebody, but they're at war with you. And now they're fucking with you. What do? Do you just sit there and take it on the chin? Or do you go deal with a problem and finally solve it? So, and that's what's happening. We're about to solve a problem. One that's been festering for about 50, 60 years now. So, yeah. Were you on the Women Against Feminists Facebook group? No, not that I'm aware of. I've made comments on some groups, but no. And the Supreme Court needs to be disbanded. Look, man. That's another topic, but yeah, our republic is going away. We are going the way of the Roman Republic, and for similar reasons. Republics don't work long term, guys. They just don't. Eventually, the lawmaking and the judiciary bodies become so corrupt that it requires a strong man to come in, clean house, and right the ship, so to speak. And then until they become too corrupt about 4 or 5 generations down the road. But republics, they just don't last that long. There's a reason why republics turn into dictatorships, because the senators, the lawmakers become corrupt. The judiciary becomes corrupt. And you're seeing that in Brazil right now, too. I mean, look what they did to Bolsonaro. Former president of Brazil, he won the last election, but they took it away from him anyway, and they gave it to the socialist. And then they threw they threw Bolsonaro in jail. I don't know why people don't remember this. I don't know why we're not sanctioning the fuck out of Brazil for this. A socialist president stole the election of Brazil, and they jailed Bolsonaro. It would be just like if when Biden took office, he just went ahead and arbitrarily threw Trump in jail. They tried to do it, but they didn't or couldn't. Well, they did it to Bolsonaro. So now you got a socialist shitbag running around in Brazil fucking it up. It's because they stole the election. Because they did steal the election. Just like they stole the election here back in 2020. And I haven't shied away from that one iota. And more evidence is coming out. Yeah, the Democrats did steal the election. It wasn't just the Democrats, it was the rhinos too. Because Trump was upsetting the apple cart, the grift gravy train that they were all dipping their ladles in. But they got caught. They got caught. So we got a lot of fires we're putting out right now during this administration. So it'll be interesting to see how far he can get down the road with this. But there's a lot going on that needs to be corrected, that needs to be addressed. And is he going to get everything done? I doubt it, because there's a lot of opposition, right? He's lawfully sending ICE out to Minnesota and these other states that are in open rebellion with being sanctuary cities and states. That's unlawful. You're an open rebellion. It's sedition. The politicians are in open sedition and fomenting an insurrection with the federal government, being a sanctuary city and state. And honestly, I don't think Trump has gone hard. A lot of the criticism of Trump from the right is because he hasn't gone hard enough on these people. We want to see arrests. We want to see these politicians handcuffed and frog marched off the jail and then put on trial for sedition, like an insurrection. I mean, real shit, because that's what they're doing. And they're causing a lot of problems, allowing these activist groups to come into their communities to agitate the locals, to make it unsafe for everyone. You know, the majority of these rioters aren't from that place. They're bussed in from out of state, usually from California and Oregon, to be honest, because Portland is like ground central for Antifa. That's where a lot of these dipshits come from. So, but they're not from Minnesota. They're not from. I mean, there may be some there, but the majority of them are from out of state. Is what I'm saying. They're not. It's not natural for all these people to be from that area. So. And I was happy to see that Antifa was labeled a terrorist organization, because they are, domestic and international. So that was a long time coming. If you can justify labeling the Proud Boys as a terrorist organization and throwing those people in jail, you damn sure can make a case for Antifa. And I get tired of hearing like, well, Antifa is not an organization. It's just an ideology. No, it's not. No, it's not. They definitely have a hierarchy and a logistical network, which means somebody's holding the money. So it's a whole ass organization. Now, it may be structured like an Al-Qaeda where it's a splinter cell, but there ultimately somebody is in charge in financing these dipshits and processing the whole logistics, making the signs, delivering pallets of bricks. They just magically appear out of nowhere. These people need to go to jail for a long, long time. It's going to happen, guys. It's happening now. So, and we're going to find out that a lot of these people, a lot of these organizations funding these insurgents are going to be Russian and Chinese, which is, again, one of the reasons why we went after Venezuela, and we're going to go after Iran. It's all a power play. No, I'm not. Why would I? That just kind of blew my. What the hell? Where the hell did that even come from? So you don't want to talk about the topic at hand. You want to pull some bullshit out like that. That has nothing to do with anything. Hey, There's a lot to be said about hamburger helper. Now, when I was eating it, I would make it with ground turkey. I would get a lot of shit for that. So there's a guy out there. It's got the eyes on the truck. It's fucking me up. Anyway. So yeah, a lot of shit going on. And I'm glad to see it. More needs to happen, though. Dude, I don't care if you're gay or not. It's got nothing to do with anything. I'm not, if that's what you're asking. But even if I were, so the fuck what? Was it? I don't know what that is. You can be whatever you want, man. Just don't do it to kids. I said, I'm not religious. I don't give a shit. I do care about kid fucking. Don't kid fuck. But when you're if you're a grown ass adult, you can pretty much do whatever the hell you want. You know, as long as say within a reasonable confines of the law. Now, if you go out there getting blitzed on fucking hard drugs and whatnot, then yeah, I got that's just whatever. But if you like alternative holes, I don't give a shit. Just leave it between adults. Do you care? Why would you care? It's kind of weird. You're a grown ass adult and you're consenting adults. Do what you want. You know? People go to swingers clubs. They want to share spouses. Do I think it's kind of gross? Yeah. But people do it. Is it illegal? No. Yeah. Is Donald Trump Illuminati? No. He's not. And you can see that by how other politicians treat him. He's anti-Illuminati. He's anti the global order. He's anti us going down this road. He's decoupling from the global network and is making us more self-sustaining, which is not what I would say like somebody more along the lines of the Illuminati would be like Klaus Schwab. I know he recently retired, but people of that mindset, you know, they don't want to recognize borders. We're citizens of the world, not even one particular nation. Shit like that. And they you know, they'll view common people like you and I as animals, you know, cattle to be exploited. And they come and snatch a kid or two. Who the hell were you to complain about it? So, no, I don't. I think he's just Trump is what we would call a blue dog Democrat. He's the kind of Democrat that I grew up with. I'm an older guy. I'm 50, so I remember as a kid listening to some of the Democrats talking back in the 80s and then in the 90s. He's not doing anything different than what they were doing back then. It's just that the Marxists have infiltrated the Democratic Party so much that common sense Democrats now sound like they're far right because the window went that way real quick. So no, he's what he's basically what Bill Clinton was back in the 90s. And a lot of people still like Bill Clinton for some reason, but you know, but as far as policies go, He's not any different. Not really. Am I in the Men in Black? I wish. I wish. I'd abuse the fuck out of that mind control device, I can tell you that. You don't want me to get a hold of that device. You forget everything. Yeah, Blue Dog. That's what that is. Blue Dog Democrat. Conservative Democrat is what that is. Blue Dog Democrat. I grew up with it. I remember the Democrats talking about tariffs and protecting the American workers and making sure we have our companies cleaning up. You know, not with like the environment, right? We're not. We wanted to clean up the act, but we didn't want to kill the golden goose. We didn't want to kill the economy, but we were tired of our rivers being on fire, right? You can still make a profit, but you got to clean up after yourself. You have to be good stewards, right? Doesn't mean you have to stop doing what you're doing. Just stop dumping it in the damn water. And that's what we were asking. And then that was too much for some of these people, so they decided, you know what, we don't want to follow, you know, good manufacturing practices, good environmental practices, or paying a fair wage, you know, on labor. So we're going to go overseas and just do all the polluting that we want over in China, and then we will use slave labor essentially to get the work done, and then sell us back our own products we were already making. So it turns out doesn't work. We still live on the planet, and the pollution there doesn't just stay there, and that's what California is dealing with right now, or anybody else on the West Coast, because the pollution's getting up in the jet stream, going across the Pacific and landing over here. So no matter the clean air policies that the West Coast tries to implement and force their citizens through, it's never going to fix it, because China's a thing, and they don't have clean air, good environmental practices. So it is what it is. I mean, just to give you an example of how far that shit will flow. I'm here in Texas, and sometimes we'll have, even in Dallas area, we'll have sandstorms. But the sand isn't from West Texas. The sand is actually being blown over from the Sahara Desert over in North Africa, going across the Atlantic and landing in here in Texas. That happens. So that's sand, which is a lot heavier than air pollution. So you can imagine when that shit gets in the jet stream, it's coming over here too, just on the opposite coast. So it's not a good thing. Have tension in Texas? I think ICE is doing a good job, honestly. Again, just like Trump's first term, he did not go hard enough on these people. When they had the autonomous zone that last time over in Seattle with the Chaz Chop, I would have went in full stormtrooper mode and kicked in fucking heads. Especially when you had the John Brown gun club there, armed insurrectionists controlling a choke point, and they were determining at gunpoint whether people can come in or out of the autonomous zone. You gotta remember, people were living in that zone. People's businesses and livelihoods were in that zone that they were occupying. As a matter of fact, one of the first things they did was that rapper, I can't remember his name, but he and a bunch of his thugs got together, and they were going door to door for the people that were living there and the people of the businesses, and they were doing a security extortion racket. Say, hey, you might want to pay us to keep these hippies and Antifa types coming away from your business, right? It'd be a shame if they threw a Molotov through your window, burn you and your family up or your business up, huh? You might want to pay us. And he did. I think he's in jail now. I don't know if he got out or not, but that's what he was doing. I never would have allowed that to happen. I would have gone ahead and guns a-blazing. Some people would have died, mostly them, and that would have been the end of it. You know, that's just how I feel about it. I don't. You can't give a communist an inch. You can't give a Marxist an inch. There is no more talking with the Marxists. There's no more dialogue to be had. We got to the point we don't even speak the same language. They changed definitions of long-established words. So when we're trying to have a talk, they've completely changed the meanings of things. So we're not even on the same. We're nowhere near to where we're ever going to agree on anything. It's at this point it's like one side or the other has to go. You cannot have the constitutionalists and the Marxists sharing and vying for power in the same area. It's incompatible. It's incompatible. And now we're to the point where elections are being stolen. And they're brazen about it. Where you and I are out here and we can say that's bullshit. That didn't happen that way. Or it's obvious fraud. And certain elected officials, depending on where you're from, are allowing it to happen. And it's like, well, we know this is bullshit. And if you guys can't clean up your act in your state and local elections, but now it's bleeding over into federal elections, now it's becoming a federal issue. Now it's not becoming just, your little shithole state wanting to turn to a communist state, but now you're affecting the rest of the union with your bullshittery. Now you're a problem that we're going to have to solve, right? You're a math problem we're going to have to solve. We're there, guys. We're there. It's because of Marxism, honestly. We did a good job on defeating the Soviets and collapsing their empire. Unfortunately, they set off a time bomb with their propaganda and their ideology. We didn't leave that conflict unscathed. They embedded Marxist revolutionaries in academia, which honestly, a lot of these people went into government, whether it was teaching. There's a lot of them in teaching. And they went into bureaucracy as well for government. And they've propagated their own, and they've become a real problem now. That's what happened. So we're still the Marxists that we're dealing with right now are vestiges of the fight that we had with the Soviets, right? We collapsed them economically, and they're still trying to take us down with their ideology. That's what we're dealing with. That's why it's a shit show. We have people that Marxism is an evil ideology. I don't care how you slice it. It's evil. It's as bad, if not worse, than Nazism or fascism. It just is. The amount of damage that they do to a society, to an economy, every time their policies are implemented somewhere, it always winds up the same. It's abject misery, poverty, starvation, and it turns into dictatorships, complete totalitarian dictatorships. So the people propagating this ideology are evil. They just are. They're gonna have these pie in the sky platitudes that looks good on paper, but when these policies are implemented, it's a shit show. And that answers your question. It's Marxism. Hey, Teresa. Let's see. Back in the 80s, the media and also the Democrats hated Ronald Reagan. Anything he did now History looks back and he's one of the greatest. He is. I would say that Trump is actually better than Reagan. That's my personal opinion. I mean, I was still really young during Reagan's first term. So what I know about that back in the 80s when he defeated Carter is me going back through history. I can remember a little bit of his second term up until 88 when Bush Sr. took over. And that's when I became really aware of politics because I lived in near Fort Hood at the time. And that's when we had Desert Storm, Desert Shield. And that was fun. Not. But it was a big deal because, I lived near the U.S.'s largest military base. So we were all made very aware of Desert Storm, Desert Shield. But I do remember some bits of the Reagan administration. And of course, I did a little reading on it too. Not a big fan of deregulation. He basically, a lot of what we're dealing in trucking stems from the Reagan administration. That was a mistake. No-fault divorce was a mistake. He did that while he was governor of California, though. But with a state as large as California, when something has changed there, California sneezes, the rest of the union catches a cold. And you can see that in the car industry and the vehicles in general, which is why Trump is over there pushing their shit in right now, because Sacramento got a little too full of themselves, especially with the EPA, and now he's taking it back. And California's having a conniption fit, but we don't give a fuck because the federal government resides in D.C., not Sacramento. How can such an advanced country, the most advanced technology advanced country, be in ruin? It's quite sad. Well, we're not in ruin. We're not in ruin. We are at an ideological crossroads on where we want to go as a country. And I don't know if you were here earlier when I was discussing this, but republics don't last that long. And we're about at the end of our republic cycle, and we're going into a Caesar cycle. And right now, it's a rush between, is it going to be a Democrat Caesar or a Republican Caesar? It's no different than what happened with the Romans when the Republic fell. It was either going to be Julius or it was going to be Pompey. Right? So that's where we're at. The Republic is going away. Unfortunately, but it is what it is. Again, it becomes too corrosive, too corrupted. That's the reason why the founders set up the system the way they did in the beginning. Everyone was not meant to have the vote. It was only supposed to be people with skin in the game. And yes, there was a racial component in the beginning, but now everyone's got the vote. And it's even got to the point now where even citizenship is being eroded. What it means to, to be a good steward of your own country, what it means to be an American. They're trying to globalize and try to treat our country as just an economic zone instead of like the country that it is. And a lot of that's changing. Of course, the old system is not going to want to do away with itself, so it's fighting back. And that's why we're getting some of the strife in the streets. That's why the Supreme Court did what they did on tariffs. Well, at least part of it, right? The IEPA, which didn't stop Trump from levying more tariffs. As a matter of fact, he just came out today saying, you know what, I know I talked about 10% worldwide. Actually, we're going to bump it up to 15%. And it's perfectly legal, and nobody's going to be able to do a damn thing about it. We have all the legal precedent that we need. We're just going to levy 15% on everybody. And you can just sit there and rotate on it. You're not going to be able to do anything about it. So, as he should. If you don't allow Trump to use the power of economics to prevent conflict and to right the ship, well, then you're kind of limiting on what he can do, right? Which means if you don't allow him to take the peaceful route to apply pressure, that means we're going to have to actually apply force through military. Now, hey, I'm all for American imperialism. Don't get me wrong. I think we're damn stupid to take over certain countries and lands and give it back. We did it with Mexico. We did it with Iraq. We did it with Afghanistan. Nation building does work, but you got to follow through with it. We've turned radically different cultures that were our bitter enemies into some of our most stoic allies. Germany and Japan, hell, even South Korea for that matter. They were very different cultures. I mean, for Christ's sakes, the Japanese were worshiping a god emperor based on a Bushido, which was an ideology and a philosophy of never surrendering, death before dishonor. Now they have a parliamentary system, and they're staunch allies. So nation building does work. You just can't have. You have to have people that actually give a shit in charge, and they have to be competent. What's up, Skippy? Hello, 7Q. Kaiser, Caesar, both are appropriate. Both are acceptable. Or if you're Russian, you can say Tsar. Right? That's why they call him Kaiser, Tsar, Caesar, whatever. It's all the same shit. They're all titles of children trying to wear their parents' clothes, basically. They're trying to be the inheritors of Rome. Because Rome was the gold standard, even though they had a lot of their own issues. We shared a lot of them, a lot of slavery, economic issues, too many people getting to vote, watered down what it meant to be Roman, too many foreigners coming in, leaving themselves wide open for attack. Rome gets sacked a couple of times. I mean, it's just... they had some issues, but as far as what civilization goes and what they were surrounded by at the time, they were the gold standard. So, and that's why everyone's trying to compare. A lot of our iconography is taken from Rome. The eagle, for one, the symbol of our eagle holding the arrow or an olive branch, that comes directly from a quote from Rome when they were dealing with Carthage. You're going to look it up. I mean, it just, we are like Rome 4.0. Go Patriots. No, they lost to the Seahawks. Anyway. But yeah. We're going to have peace in the Middle East. We're going to plant this boil. And it's going to be good. It's going to suck in the short term, but in the long run, having a stabilized Middle East and then denying a pivot point for Russia and China will only increase our leverage on them to fly right. Because if we don't, because Europe is so feckless and can't get out of their own damn way, and they're just... At this point, I'd have to almost say that it's shifting rightward, right? It's shifting rightward. I can say that. So there is some success in that. So there is some common sense, but unfortunately, the globalists are still very much in control of the EU, and they want to be like the Soviets were. The EU is basically what is the Soviet light. They're basically the Soviets without the military at this point. They are becoming increasingly authoritarian and bureaucratic. Um, they are doing away with rights like free speech, which is anathema to the Western values that they used to proclaim, and it's completely at odds as how Americans see things, like the concept of hate speech, or having the police come and knock on your door to arrest you in the middle of the night because you posted something online that offended somebody somewhere at some point, and now they need to take you down to the station because you're not supposed to be offending people, even though offense can only be taken, it's never given. It's completely at odds with Western values. In Germany, it's against the law to criticize a politician. You can't say he's a fat faggot with a receding hairline. They'll come and get you for that. Now, you can criticize a policy, but you can't make personal remarks on a politician. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? But they can't do it in Germany. And you see what's happening in Britain. Britain, I know they got Rupert Lowe going in with Restore. I know Reform, I know Farage was making a lot of headway, and they were predicted to win the next election. But Lowe's going to go in there and split the vote, and that very well may keep Labor in power, unfortunately. But Britain has been sold down the river, man. They are losing their identity, what it means to be British. They have lost their homeland. They're losing their culture, and they're being overrun by a tidal wave, a tsunami of third worlders coming in and obliterating their country. And it's sad to see because they're basically our cousins over here. I mean, a lot of us have we came from British stock or European in general. And it's sad to see them going down this road because Europe, if you leave the globalists in charge, is not going to exist in 50 years the way we know it. Yeah, well, I appreciate you being here. Resist the draw of Epstein's wall. I don't know what that means. Oh, the Roman salute? Yeah. It was nice to see Andrew get arrested. I suspect he's going to name drop more people. But, yeah, it's time to get a lot of these shitheads. Left or right. We can't have devil worshipping kid fuckers in power anymore. We've got to cleanse them out. We are approaching a singularity as a people, as a species. There's so much going on at once. All the infighting, all the outfighting, the ideological fights. You have people just imagining what they did to those poor kids. They were fucking them, then torturing them, and then slaughtering them and eating them all on the same day. and doing it in a sacrificial manner to their demon god Baal. It's horrifying. I mean, we're talking about shit that humanity really hasn't dealt with since the Bronze Age, with these ancient deities and human sacrifices and shit. They're bringing it back. That's a little fucking nuts, guys. But a lot of our upper echelon are actually engaging in these practices. So yes, they have to be burned out, root and branch. They have got to go. So which is why we're dealing with all that bullshit too. I mean, a lot of what we're going through is also smoke and mirrors, right? They're keeping us from uniting and taking care of actual issues, and we're out here chasing our own tails around, and they're fanning the flames. They want everything going up in flames all at once, and that's exactly what they're getting. We're chasing the Chinese, chasing the Russians, we're chasing the commies, we're chasing the what they perceive as Nazis, where everyone's at each other's throat. You know, Democrats let in a copious amount of illegals in a 4-year period to intentionally destabilize the country. And now we have to go through drastic measures to get all these fuckers out of here. And then we're getting resistance on lawfully getting rid of these assholes. And yeah, it's all done on purpose. Because these guys don't want to be interrupted on diddling children, our children, and sacrificing them to their blood god and then eating them. I mean, it's crazy shit that we're dealing with right now, but it's what's going on. Some say root and branch, some say root and stem. Dolt. Makes more sense. Root and branch, right? Roots in the ground, and you got the branches coming off the trunk. I'll say it the way I want to say it. Dolt. I've heard both said, by the way. You don't hold a monopoly on metaphors. They were eating the cats and the dogs, and the geese and the swans, and the ducks, all at the parks. They know it will tip, and presto. How can our federal judges rule against because they're compromised? Oh, let's see. I hate this administration. I'd like to see every guilty party pay the price for their complicity, but the baby eating allegations are a little far out there. Very hard to believe. Well, it's all there. Because they were loving their jerky, right? Showing freezers where they're with blood stains on the floor still. Yeah, it's hard to believe, but it happened. And you best be getting your mind right about it. That there's people actually worshiping Bronze Age gods out there that are still committing human sacrifices and doing heinous shit. I mean, we're talking about shit that we only read in fantasy novels like in the Savage Era of Conan, for God's sakes. You know what I mean? Like Conan the Barbarian, with their fucking snake god that are sacrificing people. This is the people that we're dealing with. It's crazy. It sounds so ludicrous that you can't possibly believe it's real, but it's real. It's very real. You have fuckers out there spirit cooking. Go look into that shit. I mean, these are like leaders of the country and captains of the industry. They're out there spirit cooking. It's crazy shit going on, man. Epstein was friends with a lot of people. He was a billionaire socialite. He was the guy throwing all the shindigs. And these people aren't going to like common people's birthday parties and shit. All right? They all know each other. Doesn't mean they're all friends, but they all know each other. It's just the way it is. The air gets awful rarefied the higher you go up. Official dog mom, dude. How are you? Was there another dude in here? I'm doing all right. Yeah, it's very heavy. Where years of people telling the public, yeah, human sacrifice has happened forever. Well, that's one thing I can give to Christianity. They ended human sacrifice with Christ, right? Again, I'm agnostic. But I respect Christianity for what they were trying to do. They were trying to end the barbarism and the savagery of the animal and human sacrificing. So it's like, you know what? We got this Jesus guy. He's going to be the last one. He's going to be the ultimate sacrifice so we can stop this bullshit. We don't. What the hell does God want to do with your best sheep, goat, or cow? All right? God does not want you cutting your son open on a stone sacrificial table somewhere. All right? He doesn't want your kids. Stop killing your kids. Stop killing your livelihood. We're just going to say this guy was the son of God. He sacrificed himself. He is the ultimate human sacrifice. No more are needed. So I respect that as far as the religious goes. They are. I like them. To be so confidently wrong. No, I'm confidently correct. Where are these people you're talking about? Hold on. We had a rest interview contract. They built the island. They had a dentist office. Yeah. Yeah. You know, and this has been talked about so often, but you just choose to ignore it. But once Trump figured out what the hell Epstein was actually all about, once the cat was out of the bag, Trump was the one that dropped the dime to the FBI. And that's how Epstein was arrested the first time. You realize that, right? That's well documented. I don't know why you don't understand that. Is Trump a womanizer? Is he the nicest of guys? No. He's an asshole. Is he faithful to his marriage or marriages? No. But it doesn't mean he was out there fucking kids. All right? Does that make him a nice guy? Does it make him somebody you want to go have a beer with? You know, that's a big thing back in the early 2000s. Hey, it's somebody I want to have a beer with. No. But that doesn't make him a kid diddler. It just doesn't. And you'll notice that these Democrats, and they have these files, and they've had the files since forever. None of these lawmakers are calling Trump out as being a pedophile, are they? None of your lawmakers are. So, if there was something there with Trump, they'd be screaming from the rooftops. Biden had all the documents. They raided the man's house when he was out of power over a procedural issue with the archive department, over documents he was allowed to take with him because he was president at the time. He declassified them. And then Biden comes in and retroactively reclassifies them, which has never been done before. Many presidents on both sides of the political aisle take documents with them when they leave office. Biden, when he was a senator, had classified documents right next to his fucking Corvette in a garage at his house. Even as vice president, he did not have the authority to do it. Only the president could do that. So it's a little bit of revisionist shit going on right now. Yeah. I wonder if a little boy crying saying he watched people eating, another kid, poor kid, will be traumatized. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Why do I look so oily? It's the lighting. I'm not, pardon me for not being in a studio somewhere, but it's the lighting. Years of being called crazy. Epstein attended Trump's child beauty pageant. Yeah, a lot of people did. Let's see. Release the files. Let's see what this is all about. Well, because he's doing the things that I want him to do. Some of it's not hard enough. And I'm not alone in that thought process. He's being too considerate with the other side. He's being too tolerant with people not getting right with the law. And he's definitely being too lenient on his political enemies that should be handcuffed and frog marched out in front of the public before being thrown in prison for being actual seditionists and insurrectionists. The Democrats didn't hesitate to do that to people they perceived to be that on the right. You know, J6ers come to mind. You realize they were torturing people? They had one guy in solitary confinement for over 900 days. Can you imagine? That's torture. The Biden administration did that. And not one of the J6ers was actually charged with insurrection. It was criminal trespass. Now, some of them got sideways with the cops, but then a lot of the cops turned out were out there that agitating the crowd to do what they did. And they also opened up the Capitol building to let people go in there and to do what they did. They had no reason to do that. It was staged. Anyway. Russia. What for? Let's see. Hi. It's a video. Just accept the system that's fucked. Don't play the game. Yeah, well, it is fucked. But we gotta live here, right? The world's dark and it hates life. Who cares to expose the real? Well, let's see. You're doing Trump's on. No. What evidence is... That's what evidence does. I forgot about J6. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I know. I'm not lying. You look tired. How'd you get out of those jeans in the bed? Well, what time is it? To me, it's 9 after 11. So, yeah, it's a little late. You're retarded or lying. I'm neither. Have you ever seen a man get skinned? No, and nor do I want to. Hey, Russia was always our ally. No, they were not. You are lying. I am not lying. I remember when you were almost froze in 2017. Remember when we almost froze in 2017? What proof do I have? For what part? Oh, about the guy? Go Google it. I can't remember his name. He's running for office now because he was pardoned, as they all were. And mind you, if you're out there assaulting a cop, yeah, he did. They did 3 years at least, so they did their time. They didn't get off scot-free, but they weren't going to be left in jail to rot like Abraham Lincoln did by suspending habeas corpus. It was essentially what Biden was doing. He was just he threw these people away, and they weren't getting their day in court, and they were just languishing in jail for all time until until Trump did something about it. Yes, absolutely, I support President Trump. What proof do I have? Like I said, you just Google it. It's a simple Google search. I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head, but he's running for office now, and I can't look it up because I'm on my phone, and it'll kill the live stream. So, yeah, I support him. I don't think he's going hard enough, though. That's the problem. He's being too lenient with his political enemies, who are enemies of the state. It's about the office, not cult of personality. Oh, it's a little bit of both, honestly. The only way you attain the presidency is by having a cult of personality. And you have to. You have to be larger than life to be a president. You can't be a mealy mouth, spineless sack of shit, and then be holding the office of the most powerful person at that time on the planet. You need somebody that has testicular fortitude, and they can get the job done, and they can look the jackals in the eye and tell them to heel, or they're about to get their shit pushed in. You have to have a mean son of a bitch that's in charge, because the world is full of barbarians and savages, and they want to knock you off your pedestal because they want to be top dog. And if you think it's bad now, wait till they take control. Then it's going to be a real shit show. Oh, it would be a complete disaster. Harrison Walls would have been a complete disaster. Utterly. That Mason was from Massachusetts. Can you imagine? Maybe Alex Petty should have gotten jail, or Renee Good. Well, they shouldn't have been there to begin with. They're, again, out-of-state agitators going in or heat-seeking. They were intentionally looking to antagonize the police in an already heated situation. They had no business being there. Renee Good got exactly what she deserved. Because if you look, she did hit the agent, but you also, and it's not, I don't know why it's not highlighted enough, but the roads were slick at the time they were there with their vehicle, and when she pressed the accelerator and when she bumped into the cop, the front tires were spinning. The only reason that agent was not under the vehicle at that time, and he only got the bump, is because of the road conditions. Straight up. She was straight up trying to run the man over, and she did wind up hitting the guy. The slick roads in the Minnesota winter kept him alive. So yeah, he was 100% justified in ventilating Renee Good. Pretty is the same shit. The police were there. They arrived on the scene. They were establishing a perimeter because they were getting too close to whoever the fuck. The cops are going out. They're pushing the crowd back. The man's openly carrying. And instead of letting the police do what they're doing, he approaches the police. Hey, yeah, you're allowed to carry a firearm. Sure, that's great. But you also know what? you're also getting more attention. You're also just now placed yourself in a situation where you shouldn't have been to begin with. You were intentional. It's called heat seeking. And that's exactly, they got exactly what they were looking for. So no, they shouldn't have been there. They're not even locals from the area. They had no business out there fucking around in Minnesota. They thought, they actually believe the bullshit that these ICE agents aren't federal agents with arresting power. They actually believe that the Border Patrol and ICE agents aren't law enforcement. They're like security guards or some bullshit. They actually believe that shit, and they found out the hard way on how incorrect they were in their assumption on who these people actually are and what authority that they hold. I saw a lot of that shit, especially on Facebook. Oh, these ICE agents, man, they can't arrest you. They can't do shit. They ain't anybody. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. They're federal law enforcement. Of course they can arrest you. Of course they can. But these people actually believe that they can get away with doing this shit. No. Hey, ICE didn't go hard enough. I would have liked to see them out there with fire hoses spraying people down in the Minnesota winter. Get all these motherfuckers wet. Get them off the street. Let them freeze. Let them go scurry back to their house and go change their clothes. Get them the fuck out of there. I would have done that. I would have done that in spades. You know, if that didn't work, well, that's what batons are for. What do you mean that's racist as fuck? Spraying people with water hoses in winter? How is that racist? If I remember right, Pruddy and Good were white. Most of the people out there are white, out there protesting. Spraying people in wintertime when it's like negative 22, that's smart. That's called crowd control. Hey, call me whatever you want. I don't give a shit. What, getting sprayed with a water hose? Big difference in getting sprayed with a water hose in Selma, Alabama than it is over in Minneapolis in the wintertime. Yeah, imagine being this dipshit thinking sprayed with a water hose is being racist. It's called crowd control tactics to quell a riot. There's nothing racist about that. Yeah, if you're here illegally, yeah. You don't have a green card? Then you're just going to be detained until we can verify who you are. That's what I'm saying. They weren't even from the area. They had no business being in Minneapolis doing what they were doing. They'd stay at home taking care of the kids or whatever the fuck they were supposed to be doing, or going to work like they're supposed to. Then they wouldn't have. They would still be walking today. They would still be upright. They went out looking for a problem and they found one. And it was more than they could handle because they were too high in their own fumes to think that they were going to get away with it. And things got a little out of hand. It was more than they could handle. Don't go out to a... These are also the same people that they've been tweeting their damn whistles all night when they find out where these cops are at. So now these cops are on edge the entire time they're stationed out there. They don't want to be out there fucking with this shit. They just wanted to get these assholes that were on this list off the streets because they are criminal aliens. They didn't just show up in these neighborhoods at random. Right? And by the way, none of this would have been happening If Walls hadn't told the state, Leo, to back off and to get with the mayors of these Minnesota cities to tell them not to cooperate with ICE, because all these people that are going after have been arrested at one point or another, and instead of detaining them and then handing them off to ICE like they should have done while they were in jail, that forced ICE to go into these neighborhoods to go get them. Them just going back into society and nothing happening to them was never going to be an option. They're going to be apprehended. They're going to go home. Or at least they're not going to go. They don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And if Homan and ICE have to go out there and get you, if you want to self-deport, they'll give you a little pocket money. They'll get you a plane ride home. You're not paying for anything. And then when things calm down, you can apply to come in the proper way. If Homan has to go get you, you're not getting any of your shit. And then you're not necessarily going back to your homeland. You may be off to Uganda or Papua New Guinea or wherever the fuck is stand. You may not be going back to where you came from. They just don't give a fuck at that point. There's nothing saying that we got to send you back home. We just need you gone. So if we got to send your ass on literally the other side of the planet to send a point, they're going to do it. No, I didn't. I mean, no one's an alien. Of course they are. Yeah, I know. That's what I vote for. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That people on the right are pissed at Trump because, look, the self-deportations are working. The majority of the deportations are from self-deportations. We know they're working. We're tracking that because we're cutting the checks, right? And I'm not happy about giving these people money to go home, but it's better than keeping them here. And it's already having a positive effect because home prices are starting to come down. Wages are starting to climb back up because, hey, it's a supply and demand issue. And it's working. Now, I will know when they're serious when I start seeing these business owners being arrested and hung out to dry. That's what I want to see. I want to see these fucking business owners that were hiring these people. I want to see them arrested and having their businesses confiscated. That's what I want to see. When I start seeing that, I know that they're serious. Who's saying that with the... No, that's a new one. No, it's not stolen land. Yeah, the other guys are, it's conquered land. And honestly, the majority of the United States, we bought from other colonial powers. We bought Del Norte from the Mexicans. We bought the Louisiana Purchase from the French. They had already established colonies over here. Just like we bought Alaska from the Russians. I don't know what's going on. You guys are getting sure how great we felt when he told us about the massive deportations they were supposed to round up. Well, I tell you what, about 3 million of them have left the first year. I mean, we're just now in this, basically the beginning of the second year. The first year, roughly 3 million have already, between ICE deportations and the self-deportations, about 3 million has gone home already. Not bad. That's better, honestly, than I thought. And that's just getting the ball going. It's going to get better as time goes by, but unfortunately, we're also dealing with shitbags embedded in the judiciary, and half the country are actively fighting against Trump. Um, in states that are pro-law enforcement, like Florida and Texas, the operation's going a lot smoother. You're not having the riots in the streets and all the nonsense. Um, and yeah, a lot of them are seeing the writing on the wall. Hey, a couple of grand in my pocket, I can take care of my affairs here, and then I'll get a free plane ride back to where I want to go to. And then I can reapply to come in the right way. That's the smart thing to do. And I think as more time and more pressure is put on, you will see more of that as an option. I'm not an immigrant. You stole the land. No. Natives didn't own the lands because no. The natives aren't doing anything different than what the Europeans did to the natives. They were doing it to each other. They were conquering each other. They were taking each other's hunting grounds and stealing their women and raping their animals and all that shit. How even the Cherokee, when they were still over in Florida, they had African slaves themselves. As a matter of fact, you saw that in Trail of Tears. The African slaves went with them to Oklahoma, and the Cherokee were pissed off because we integrated their African slaves into their tribe, and they were later on the blacks were taken out of the Cherokee tribe because casinos. The tribe started making money, and they didn't want to share it with the descendants of the slaves that were forced into the tribe, so they got them out of there. That's a true story. You can go look it up. The natives weren't any different. They were just technologically inferior. They were still in the Stone Age, and we were in the Exploration Age. So they did a lot of marvelous shit with the technology they had. Pretty miraculous in some of the stuff, like the Aztec teocallis and the steppe farming and all that shit, but they were still in the Stone Age. They didn't even have the wheel. Straight up. So, but how they treated each other was every bit as brutal, if not more so, than what the Europeans did to them. So, the Europeans were just farther down the technological tree and were able to do it better. It is what it is. Answer you. Okay. Let me look what you were talking about, Balbino. What do you think assault and battery is okay for voicing your first... Why do you think assault and battery is okay for voicing your First Amendment? Who's out there being assaulted and battered? If you're out there in a riot situation, then you're allowed to peacefully protest. You don't have a right to riot. Do you understand the difference between the two? You're out there on a sidewalk holding your sign up and getting people to honk your horn for your cause is one thing. When you're setting fire to shit and throwing it in the streets and building barricades and generally be a pain in the ass where you're causing other people grief, is not protected by the Constitution. And once you're in a riot situation, the riot needs to be dispersed. Order has to be maintained. You don't have the right to go out there in a vehicle and turn that into a weapon to run over federal agents, or anybody for that matter. You don't have the right to go out there and block traffic, and then when people get pissed at you and confront you to get your stupid ass out of the road, then you try to run them over. You don't have the right to do that. Sorry, not sorry. Well, I appreciate you, Mr. Crystal. They were riots. Did you not see that they were throwing shit at the cops? Did you not see Preddy the week prior to him getting ventilated? He was out there kicking in the fucking. Did you not see what he was doing, Mr. Taillight? Amazing. Property damage is violence. It is. Trying to break through a vehicle's window to get to the agents and the people inside that vehicle, or who they suspect is it. Hey, you look like ICE. You're wearing a coat and a beanie. You're a white guy wearing sunglasses. You look, or you're driving a car that looks like ICE. You're driving an SUV. And you got these communist fuckers coming up to you, writing down your license plate and having the fucking balls to come up there and try to find out who the fuck you are. Hey, are you ICE? You look like ICE to me. Nah, man, I'm going to work. I got a 4-wheel drive because it's Minnesota. What's it to you? Who the fuck are you? You from here? Doesn't sound like you're from here, pal. Sounds like you're from the West Coast. Why are you even over here harassing me in my town? Get the fuck away from me before I use my Second Amendment on you. All that shit was going on. All of it is documented. All of it's on YouTube and TikTok. It's all over the goddamn place. You can go look it up. You don't have to take old Boggsy Boggs' word for it. You go look it up yourself. Yeah. They are making it worse. ICE has the lawful authority and the mandate to do their function. It was the sanctuary states and cities that were making the job more difficult. They were supposed to do when these people are arrested and they find out they're illegal, right? So they're getting charged for whatever caused them to get put in the lockup to begin with. But in the process of that, they find out they're illegal. Once they get that one situation unfucked, they're supposed to hand them off to they're supposed to notify the federal agents, and it's up to them whether they're going to send agents, the dispatch agents, to go out there and pick up these people while they're in jail in a controlled setting. But instead, they were releasing them back into the public. And now ICE has to go into the communities to go get these people. And that's what this whole kerfuffle is about. And now, when Homan got in, he sat walls down, and I forget the Minneapolis governor's name, that white guy that was speaking Somali, fucking asshole. And he told them, and he read them the riot act, and you know what? They listened. And you know what's not happening now? They're not having riots in the streets now. They drew down the excess agents to quell the riots because now the state and local authorities are cooperating with Tom Homan. And everything's calmed the fuck down, and this is the way it was supposed to be from the very beginning. No, he's not. He's actually very intelligent. No, they have no right to violate constituting. What the hell? Yeah. Yeah, they're finding a lot of these kids. And they're going to be reunited with their parents. A lot of these kids are stolen from their homelands. You don't understand how human trafficking works? I mean, it saddens me that there's an appetite here for young flesh in the States. It's sickening. But you need to get your mind right. We're surrounded by a lot of sick perverts. All right? They're out there. They're in the wild. They look like they blend in. That's the whole point. They're ambush predators. They are. You look like Tom Brady. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. I wish I had his arm and his checkbook. I know. And it's great. And we've gotten rid of people on the right that were kid diddling. You remember Denny Hastert? See, I'm old enough to remember Denny Hastert. We got rid of his sorry ass. That's the biggest one on the right that I can think of off the top of my head. I'm sure there's more. It's not necessarily a left or right thing when it comes to these predators, these animals. You know, it's a sad reality, but there's a lot of people out there that want to do heinous shit to our children. And anywhere where the children gather, you really have to be suspect of the adults working there. That includes religious institutions, that includes public schools, NGOs, anywhere where adults have regular contact with children. A certain percentage of those adults are there to predate on the children. It is what it is. That's why I'm always leery about teachers and these other people. You don't want to think that, man. It's too horrible to even contemplate, but it's happening. And burying your head in the sand is not going to change reality. In fact, that's what they want you to do, because they want to go, obviously, do their deeds and then get away with it. And then, unfortunately, enough of these assholes develop a support network, and they boost enough that bubble to the surface, to the upper echelon of society, where they could protect each other. To the point that they were even trying to infiltrate the LGBTQ community by, well, they're not pedos, they're maps. And it's a sexual orientation. They're born with it, just like homosexuals. They can't help themselves. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. I'm never going to allow them to say it's a sexual orientation and it's going to be normalized and it's a good thing. No, go fuck yourself. You're a fucking predator and you need to be dealt with. Period. You can have a lot of tolerance, but you got to draw the line somewhere. For me, it's kids. You don't fuck with the kids. Do what you want with consenting adults. Don't give a shit. But when you're going after the kids, now we got a problem. And that's where we're at. And that's why there was such a blowback on what's going on right now, because they went too far in the paint. People were very tolerant, were a very accepting society, but then they went after the kids. And they were brazen about it. It pissed a lot of the normies off. And now we're at where we're at now. Yeah, well, that's one thing Trump has done for us. We can actually say this shit out loud and not have to worry about it, because we're done with the bullshit. We're done. I'm done. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Because if we can't talk about it, we bottle up and then it spills over, right? But now we call the shit out, and then Deus Vult, you confront evil. You don't have any proof of that. You show me proof and I'll be on your side. Right now, I'm not seeing any evidence whatsoever of Trump being involved with any of the kid fucking. So until you bring me some evidence, shut the fuck up. Right? There's enough people in there to go after that there's actual accounts of. what you're doing with Trump is that you're lessening the value of the action that they actually did to these kids. But because you have a hate boner for Orange Man, it's no different than calling everyone that you don't agree with on the right a Nazi. You understand? You say it and apply it to so many people, it loses its meaning and value. You understand what I'm saying? It's very stupid, that tactic. There's real heinous shit that went down. The names are in there. These are the people that need to be gone after. But because you probably don't even know another fucking name in that list other than you want Trump to be the guy that did it, even though there's no evidence of him being the guy that did anything other than turning. The reason that Trump is in those files so much is because he got Epstein arrested, and in these emails he's sending out to these other fucking people, he's pissed off at Trump and he's trying to prevent him from becoming president. You understand? Just because your name is in that fucking files doesn't mean that you're actually accused of actually kid fucking. It means you're being talked about, and they dropped your name. And Epstein was very pissed off at Trump because he got him in prison. Remember that congresswoman got outed? She was wearing a fucking earpiece. Epstein's on the fucking phone with her while she's actually questioning during the Trump hearings. Do you not remember this? Show me the evidence, and I'll be on your side. Until then, shut the fuck up. Let me look for it. The only thing I think that might be him related to trafficking is the auction he was part of, or it might be under. See, I just. I don't. You gotta understand, man. These are emails they're sending each other, and not all of them are like coded to each other. They're talking about politics or what they had the fucking dinner last night or some other degenerate shit. Just because your name was dropped doesn't mean that you and I talking about Trump right now, and then it gets in it's written down in an email, right? We're having a conversation, right now we're having a conversation. I've mentioned Trump like, I don't know, 100 times so far, because you're talking about Trump, I'm talking about Trump, I'm saying Trump right now. Now, does that mean Trump did anything wrong because we're talking about Trump? No, and that's what's going on in these emails, right? You're getting snippets of a conversation. They're putting in Donald Trump in a fucking word search, and this is how many times this guy's been listed in these files, because they're talking about him. That doesn't mean he's out there fucking kids. That means they're talking about him. You show me where he's fucking kids, I will be on your side. But nobody on the Democratic side is saying he did these things. Are they? Why would that be? Why would that be? They're very brazen about his other activities. You don't think that they had proof of him actually doing heinous shit to little kids, that they wouldn't be getting public opinion and support to go arrest his ass? Forcing J.D. Vance to take control and becoming president? You don't think that any of that shit would be going on? Come on, man. You're letting your own stupid biases get in the way of the thought process of the people that actually did do the deeds, that were doing heinous shit, that should be going after, like Prince Andrew. And that one sheikh. And some of these other assholes, they need to go to jail for a very long time. Are there remarks I would have said? No. But it's whatever, man. You could say somebody's beautiful because they're beautiful. Calling somebody beautiful doesn't mean you're out there touching them inappropriately. It's a fucking beauty pageant. You're surrounded by beautiful people. Are they comments I would have said? No. No. But I don't own a beauty pageant either. Right? I mean, the entire point of a beauty pageant is to be surrounded by beauty. Doesn't mean you're fucking them. Do you understand the difference? Look, showbiz, it's different, man. They're all a little fucked in the heads. I mean, yeah, it's not a good look. It's not anything I would be involved with. I'm not a showbiz guy. I'm not around constant nudity or people sucking up to me and or having any kind of influence on people like that where they want to get in my good graces. So, or just having people throw themselves at me in general. But it doesn't mean he was Dan Snyder or whoever the fuck that guy's name was that was running Nickelodeon with the foot fetish. That was fucking kids. And he was putting these kids on the casting couch, like Epstein, not Epstein, but the Weinstein, to get them in show business, right? Because there would be evidence of that. I'm not defending him. I already said that he made some inappropriate comments. But making an inappropriate comment in a showbiz setting does not mean he's fucking the kids. Right? I say inappropriate shit. I probably shouldn't. It's not about kid fucking. But I say some pretty spicy shit. Doesn't mean I'm out here fucking kids. Because I'm not. You understand? You can not like somebody for a variety of reasons, but at least not like them for things that they're actually doing and not making shit up in your head. I don't know. Probably because he's vain. And he doesn't want to be associated with any of that shit because he was friends with this guy asshole for a while until he found out what he was up to. Right? I'm sure it's very embarrassing for him and his family to have him linked in any way in regards to this guy. No, I don't. No, I don't. I want justice for all the kids. So you got in your head that Trump's a kid fucker, so therefore anybody that supports Trump is a kid fucker, but you have no evidence of Trump fucking kids. So your logic is already fucked in your own head. You understand? You've convinced yourself without any actual facts. Because you want that to be reality, because you want this guy to go away, because you don't like him. There's more on Biden than there is on Trump. Biden's own daughter wrote in her diary the inappropriate shit that man was doing to her when she was growing up. Like taking showers with her when she was a teenager. Yeah. What was that nickname that Hunter gave him on his emails that they found on the laptop? What was it? Pedo Pete? You talking about his old man? All right. I don't see you out there beating down the doors for Biden going to jail. I think you both protest too much, honestly. It's not a switch. It's because you liked Biden because you liked him as your guy. He was your president. He was on your side, right? So you overlooked what his own family wrote in their diaries and their own communications during, right? So you excuse that for whatever reason. But you make shit up in your head about this other guy. Yeah, he's fucking porn stars when he's married. Is that a great look? No, it's not. He's adulterous. He's a lecher. Doesn't mean he's a kid fucker. But when you actually have evidence of a guy, or at least an eyewitness testimony telling you, hey, daddy was touching me inappropriately for a long fucking time, and the family swept it under the rug and didn't do anything about it. And when it comes out the light, you don't give a shit. But because it's Trump, well, all of a sudden because he's a Republican, you give a shit. If Trump is if there is evidence of Trump kid fucking, he needs to go to jail. But I have not seen the evidence yet. You show me something, and we'll talk. Is that fair enough? Does that show you where I'm at on the hill? It's not a false equivalency. It's a very apropos equivalency. You're talking about two presidents that were adjacent to each other. Right? You're accusing one with no evidence, where you had evidence of one doing the thing that you don't like the other one that you think he's doing, but he's not. So you're making excuses for your guy, even though his own family is ratting his ass out. Meanwhile, there's nothing on this guy. You just wanted to believe it real hard. And what I'm saying is, if there's evidence, you put them both in jail. If you don't have evidence, it's a hell of a thing to go out there and run somebody's name through the mud for doing something as heinous as kid fucking. You don't just go accuse people of doing that shit. Right? You don't just go out accusing people of doing that shit unless you have evidence. Because that's shit that'll get you killed. I don't know. Is there or is there not evidence of Clinton? I don't know. Are there enough witnesses still alive that could tell the tale? Do they have eyewitness testimony saying, yeah, Clinton was doing this shit? Maybe Clinton never did fuck a kid on Lolita Island. Maybe he was fucking age-appropriate women. That could be true. Yeah. Just because he went out to Little St. James doesn't mean he was involved with the sacrificial rites and killing these kids to ball, right? He may not have been that far down the clique. But they might have been bringing hookers in. And he was getting a blowy there in the hot tub. Not a great look, but it's not illegal. As long as they're of age. All right? So, that's why I haven't been out here saying that Clinton's a kid fucker. I don't know. What I do know is he did go to the island. And he has he's as lecherous as Trump in some regards. At least Trump is not fucking his intern, right? There's not a boss-employee relationship thing going on, right? So I will give Trump that. But we know Clinton's not any better than that. I mean, they're both lecherous old guys, so let's just be honest. But yeah, there's no evidence that Clinton was actually fucking little kids either. So, um, but if he was, well, we may have to see a former president go to jail. There was enough for Prince Andrew to be arrested here recently, so we'll see. We'll shake that tree and see what falls out. I agree. There is. Again, this all ties in what I was talking with earlier in the discussion about republics don't last. This is why. This is part of the corruption that develops over time. These systems of government, they start with good intentions, and they're usually effective for a couple of generations, and then they become the new aristocracy, right? It's no different than the Soviets, but the Soviets didn't even last 100 years before they fell apart from corruption and ineptitude. They killed the Tsar off and the nobles. Well, the politicos became the new oligarchs. They became the new aristocracy. They just didn't call themselves lords and ladies and nobles and shit. Right? But they were corrupted like it's human nature, unfortunately. And we're there. That's where we're at on the diagram. We're at the part where we have to start cleaning house. But there's a lot of other shit going on at the same time that's preventing us from doing the thing that we need to do. Any other people on here, like in our chat, saying that people are doing shit that they got no evidence of. They just want to believe it so hard, like they're fucking Peter Pan. And it's not bolstering your cause when you do that. And when you're labeling, when you're submitting these accusations without any actual evidence, it's hurting your side. Well, he stole the election, so he was involved with the soft coup. It wasn't just the Democrats, but the rhinos were involved with that shit too, unfortunately. That's where the whole uniparty thing comes in. And he had dementia from the start, though he was a corrupt asshole before he had dementia. He ran for president a couple times, got his shit pushed in, but they finally got his carcass over the line. But unfortunately for him, he was too cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. They let him make some... They gave him some pet projects to focus on, but nothing too strenuous. And then the people in the background are actually running the country. And that kind of scares the hell out of me, but that's what happened. The man had dementia from the very beginning. You voted for him. You knew he had mental issues going in. But you figured a guy with Alzheimer's was still better than Trump, and it turns out it wasn't. And it turns out Trump actually won 2020, and more of that evidence is coming out. Georgia. And it was a coup. And instead of focusing on our system being subverted and how devastating that is to our republic, you're getting stuck on stupid. You may not like Trump, but he did win 2020. It was stolen from him. It was a coup. It's a miracle that he made it back in office to where we're at right now. And they tried a lot. The Democrats opened Pandora's box with Trump. The reason why our republic is going to fail is because Democrats opened up the Pandora's box about the peaceful transference of power. Our whole system is predicated on that concept. And if we don't have that, then eventually we're going to run to a president where these people are promising to come after you as soon as you're out of power. They're going to throw you in jail. What that person's going to do is like, well, while I'm in power and all of my people are in charge, I'm just not going to relinquish power. And then the republic is dead. And you can thank the Democrats for that. You don't go raiding a former president's house over a procedural issue. You don't try to bankrupt the man with bullshit charges. You don't get the federal government involved in a state issue, as he did in New York City, where the third in command of the judiciary quit his job with the federal government to go work with Bragg over in New York City. Because that happened. Then he had Letitia James down in Georgia, and then he had the civil suit with Eugene Carroll, excuse me, which was bullshit. And we all knew it was bullshit, but they filed these lawsuits in areas that weren't friendly to Trump, so you realize that they almost put us into a constitutional crisis where they had an unannounced FBI raid on the man's home. What if Trump were actually home at Mar-a-Lago at that time? We would have had federal agents squaring off at each other with Secret Service and the FBI because the FBI showed up unannounced. You realize that? We could have federal agents shooting at each other. Biden did that. Yeah. We get the tariff money back when we get the Doge checks. Yeah, well, they're working on it. Oh. Yeah, the whole world is a stage. Yeah, you're right. Like they did in L Lady that was at the Capitol. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we got some spicy people in the chat tonight. Holy shit. Be sure to like and subscribe. You got some bad skin. I got some bad lighting is what I got. My skin is actually looking pretty great. Oh, I am trying to hit the tan booth. Trying to get my tan on a little bit before summertime, so I'm not completely blinding people when I go to the pool this year. It is. It's lighting. It is what it is. I don't have a ring around the camera. I'm not in a controlled setting like at a studio somewhere. And this is about as raw or real as you can get. I have some dog shit beliefs. Well, fortunately for me, there's more of me than you. Otherwise, Trump wouldn't be in power right now. So I wouldn't say, since we won the popular vote this time, that you're on the wrong side of history. You're selling our nation down the river, and we're tired of it, and we took it back. And we're going to continue to do so until you get right with the law. Either we all follow the law or nobody follows the law. Either we have a country or we don't have a country. So you pitching a hissy fit every time your guy doesn't get in the power is not gonna fly anymore. We're not putting up with it anymore as a people, collectively. And you should like that because, you're a collectivist. You should understand. YouTube is not liking guys' comment. It's populism. Who's pro concentration camp? Oh, well, yeah. I had zits growing up. Why do you care? Are you mad because I didn't send you a Valentine's card? Did you want to be my Valentine? Man boobs. Eh. I'll tell you what. When you lose 200 pounds, let's see how you look, bud. When you go from 400 pounds down to about 200 pounds, let's see how you look. Let's see how saggy your boobs are. Just saying. Still, no, I don't have zits. There's no zits on my face. What are you talking about? I actually had a surgery. If you want to look into it, if you need it, highly recommend it. It's called a SADI-S, S-A-D-I-S. And it was one of the best decisions I ever made. And you were in a similar position to me where I was in danger of losing my career, then it's highly recommended. I got my life back. I wish I could have done it earlier in life or never got that big to begin with, but it is what it is. When you drive a truck for a living, there's a lot of fat asses in my industry. The job does it to you. It is what it is. So, if you're not familiar with trucking, we have to get medically certified along with our CDL, and we have to meet certain parameters. And if we don't meet that criteria, then we might wind up losing our CDL. And I was in danger of doing that, and I did not want to do that. I actually like, paying my bills. So I chose to get the surgery when I had the opportunity, and I haven't looked back, and I've lost 200 pounds, and I'm feeling fantastic. But even getting healthier and, getting the guns and all that shit, you're still going to have a little bit of loose skin. It is what it is. You don't do that kind of damage to your body and come out unscathed. And it's not bad enough where I need plastic surgery. So I'm dealing with it. I'm not Brad Pitt. I understand that. I'm not here to impress. I'm not a teenager anymore. I did it to get healthier, and it is what it is. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind talking about it. It's something positive, right? People get pissed at me because of my political beliefs, but they want to talk about the weight loss. I can talk about that too. I don't mind. I'm not so vain to understand that, I have a little bit of sag, but it is what it is. I'm probably in better shape than they are now. And that's the irony of it all. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I did in my early 20s, but it's been quite some time. It's a habit that I had to kick. And I guess I was addicted to smoke because I had a parent that smoked in the house. Turned out it wasn't great because I had a lot of respiratory issues. It is what it is. And all my friends smoked too. So, and when I finally moved out on my own to get away from all that, I was craving cigarettes, so I started smoking. Ooh, somebody's getting busted. Anyway. But yeah, I had to quit. I had to kick that habit. I had to kick that habit. I had to quit cold turkey. It worked for me. Uh, that was one of the reasons I had a hard time losing the weight prior to the surgeries, because I can't quit food, right? It's not something you just walk away from. And so, yeah, it was a real struggle, and that's why I decided to do the surgery, and the rest is history. Yeah, it is what it is, DJ. They come out of the woodwork, a lot of new people, and I appreciate the new faces. Yeah. I got a funny song about trucking. It's called Tucker, the Trucker Fucker. He makes a low lumping bitch out of a Phantom 309. Well, thank you, Army. I always laugh. Weird Al actually had a song about truckering. You should go check it out. It's pretty funny. Nobody gets the tariff money. Well, they are and they aren't. The tariff money's it's what's covering the not taxing Social Security anymore, right? And if you're on a fixed income or you're elderly not and relying on Social Security and they're not taking the tax money out anymore, that's because of Trump and tariffs. When you're not getting taxed on your overtime anymore, it's because of Trump and tariffs. When you're not having to pay or declare your taxes, declare your tips anymore, it's because of Trump and the tariffs. That money is being used to offset those. So yeah, it's doing more to help us. He stopped some, but where he's going into war with others because other people keep fucking with us. Like Iran. We're going to go to war with Iran. I think it's pretty obvious that we're going to take care of Iran. Do we want to do that? No. But how many times can you allow somebody to hit you in the face before you swing back? You know what I mean? How many times you let a Chihuahua bite on that Rottweiler before the Rottweiler finally had enough? It's like, you know what? It's like, I'm going to stomp your head in the ground. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. Well, we don't want it. But when they declare war on you, what the fuck are you going to do? The Iranian government declared war on the United States. They have been at war with us for damn near a year now. They declared war on us. And they're doing their they were shooting at our ships with the Houthi rebels. Right? They were shooting at our allies and ships flying the American flag. We bombed the shit out of them. That's all coming from Iran. They're waging war against us. What do you do? There's already been 2 failed assassination attempts directly traced back to the Iranian government. They have openly declared war from their parliament. They are supplying the funding and the weaponry to Hezbollah there in Lebanon, and also the Hamas, and also the Houthi rebels who were lobbing missiles and rockets and other ordnance, disrupting the shipping lanes. And they were flying American flags. They were also flying Israeli flags and other flags. But they were attacking us and our allies. That's attacking our merchant vessels is attacking the United States. Do you not understand that? They have taken our people hostage. They have shot ordnance at our military bases. They have done a lot in the capacity they're able to do it. But they are actively at war with us. Are the U.S. Israel? No, but they're our allies, and we have treaties. That's what allies do. You have compacts for It wasn't just us going after Iran, taking out the nuclear program. It was also the Israelis. They did an awful lot too. Um, Whether you like Israel or not, and they're not always the best of friends, I think, and they get us involved with the shit, but they are an ally. And yeah, you take care of each other. That's the whole point. It's like NATO. You fuck with one, you fuck with all, right? I thought you were Dr. Drew. I wish. Checks out the countries and the Board of Peace. I know it's a farce, isn't it? A bunch of bullshit that is. They got it for years, but now the people are waking themselves up in their lies. Yeah. What was that whole thing? Unburdened by what was? And she overused this one quote. It was like, God damn. What a dumb bitch. I'm sorry. If you want a woman leading the country, you need to put better people up. I'm sorry. Hillary Clinton, no. That was, she didn't just have baggage. She had the whole damn luggage car. And then Kamala Harris, the bitch didn't even grow up in the United States. She may have been born here, but she grew up in Quebec. And then she came back to the States when she was like 18 or some shit. And she talks about, oh, I grew up poor. No, you didn't, bitch. Your dad was a famous doctor. You didn't grow up a billionaire. You didn't grow up like one of us. You never held a real fucking job in your life. You always worked for the government. You slept your way to the top to get to where you were the DA of California by fucking Willie Brown in California. No. And she's not even black. She's Indian. Her mom's full Indian. Her dad is mostly Indian, but I guess one of his parents was Jamaican, but he was a darker Indian, but he's still Indian. She's Indian. She didn't grow up eating collard greens and fucking ham hocks and shit. She grew up eating fucking snails and poutine and shit, whatever the fuck they have in Quebec. Maybe the occasional coconut. She likes to talk about coconuts. She tried to use identity politics, and it was just flat out farcical. It was an insult at what it means to be an African American and the plight that people that have actually been here were going through. Like the civil rights movement. They have grandparents or great grandparents that went through the civil rights movement. There's plenty of people still alive that remember that the whites and the blacks didn't drink from the same water fountains, or had to ride separate buses and shit, or go to the diner. There's different diners and whatnot. She didn't go through all that shit. She was living the high life in fucking Montreal. And the civil rights movement was already over by the time she was born. Depends who you talk to. I think I'm doing fine. Somebody brought up Kamala. They were saying, imagine if Kamala got in office. And I just kind of took it from there. Yeah, I did. I did vote for Trump. I absolutely did. He's a vehicle for the policies I want to get pushed through to save our country. Absolutely. I don't worship the man, but he is implementing policies and enacting laws that I wanted from the very beginning. I have wanted tariffs to save our economy and our working people for decades. He's finally the guy that had it implemented, and it's working. Democrats used to give a shit about working class people. They used to. Are we back on that again? If Trump and the GOP vote the McCarran-Walter Act, then a 52 or more politicians can be unseated because rule says they must be naturally born U.S. citizens. I have to look into it. I'm not familiar with the act, but yeah, you should not allow any dual citizenship or foreign-born politicians in our federal government. Period. Ilhan Omar should not be a politician from Minnesota. Should not. It's a Zoran Mamdani should not be the mayor of New York City. That's ridiculous. He's another one of these citizen of the world types. Where you come from and how you grew up matters. It just does. I don't see any white people going over to China, building up little voting enclaves, and all of a sudden you see a bunch of white people showing up in the Chinese government, do you? Wonder why that is. What about Russia? You gonna get into the Dumas? You're gonna get a bunch of Africans over in the Russian parliament? You think that's gonna fly? No. My grandparents were born here. I could trade portions back. I could trace parts of my family to the United States before there was a United States. There were still the 13 colonies. Not all of them, but some. My dad's really into genealogy, and then my mother's side of the family, they actually did a genealogy book going back to the 1600s. And to know any more, they'd actually have to go to the old countries to learn more. And as a side note, you can thank the Mormons for a lot of that shit too, because they're heavily into genealogy, because they have some weird shit in their religion where you can convert the dead to Mormonism so you can save their souls post life. It's some weird shit. I don't know. It's a Mormon thing. But they really got in the record keeping and the genealogy, and that's where a lot of our genealogy comes from, is actually from Mormons. I may have Irish in me. Northern Irish. I know I have Northern Irish in me. Scotch Irish? Scott Irish? Yeah. I know that for a certainty. They've released a lot of the Epstein files. What more do you fucking need? How many have you read off what? How many millions of pages have you read these millions of pages? They just dumped like 3 million more pages. What the fuck are you talking about? Where the Epstein files? They're all over the fucking place. Hey, why don't you go read through them and get back to me? They are. Bondi's fucking it up. What do you want me to say? She's not a good attorney general. You know? She fucked up a redaction. She hid the she fucked up she released the names of the victims, but redacted the people that were doing the fucking around. Right? So she got called out for it. Her fuck up is not my fuck up, you understand? But they do have to go through the files and make sure that the victims' names and other sensitive shit that's supposed to be sealed, stays sealed. Because they were fucking children at the time that the crimes were being committed. And there's laws about releasing information like that. You know, a lot of these girls and probably some boys too, you know, they made it out and they have a lot of trauma they're dealing with. They don't want their fucking names floating around out there for everyone to see out in the world. I'm sure they've had to go through decades worth of therapy. And their identities are supposed to be protected. So yeah, you do have to have some redactions. And there may be some ongoing litigation with some of these assholes, and they can't release a lot of that to the public because it's fucking going through the courts. That's how it works. They're releasing the files. How do you think we found out about Bill Gates, who apparently just fucking skipped town? Or Prince Andrew? Or a bevy of these other assholes we've never heard of, but they were captains of the industry. It's coming out. I'm in a truck. And that's a curtain. There's stuff in the Epstein files about human cloning, mind unveiled. YouTube channel covered it. Yeah, I'm sure they talked about all kinds of weird shit. Cloning. What was some other weird shit? Sacrifices to fucking blood gods. Fucking eating kids. I mean, just some fucking weird shit. Some kind of ranch he has over in New Mexico where they're doing genetic experiments. I mean, the dude he's like a real life fucking James Bond villain. You might as well be petting a fucking hairless cat. About to push the fucking doomsday button. I mean, that's how fucking cartoonishly evil these motherfuckers are. What was that? Anthony Podesta's brother. What the fuck is his name? Was it Jerry or Joey or some shit? Go look it up. I saw it on a Nuxanor fucking video. And go look up Podesta artwork. Because his fucking... I know his brother was Anthony Podesta. And he was some bigwig back in the day with the Democrats. And his brother was like really into this shit. And I guess he got arrested or whatever. And he had suspicious artwork that was confiscated from his house. Go look that shit up. Evil shit. Yeah, the whole Pizzagate thing turned out to be true. How many fucking times has pizza talked about? Millionaires and billionaires don't talk about fucking pizza all the fucking time, all right? It's not a deflection. Yeah, there's another one, Wiener. I don't know if he's in the files, but he's another fucking oddball. Carlos Danger. No, yeah, you got Anthony Podesta, then I guess John Podesta. But one of the Podestas was working, I think, with the Clintons or Obamas. I can't remember. It's one of the two. And then I guess their brother was really into this shit. And yeah. But it's all, go Google it, like Podesta artwork. And then you'll see the shit that they confiscated from this dude's house. It's like, holy shit. What's deflection? What am I deflecting? I'm talking about there's proof of people and like fucking artwork showing like a group of kids in fucking underwear with their fucking hands tied behind their backs facing a wall. And another one's like a demon with a fucking kid in a cage and they're fucking dancing around the fucking fiery pits of hell. This is the artwork this guy had around his house. Like shit, verifiable. You can go look at it right now. You can go dip out, type in Podesta artwork, and you'll see the shit that I'm talking about. It's some evil shit. And you're still wanting to talk about Trump. I'm like, what the fuck? Go after the fuckers that actually have evidence on them. How about that? How many times do I gotta fucking say it? You've got it in your fucking head that this guy did something to these kids. Not saying he's a great guy, because he's not. Doesn't mean he's a kid fucker. It is what it is. How about you actually go after the kid fuckers that there's evidence on? Can we start with that? How about we go after the people we know about first? I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure him and Huba Abedin, they were heavily involved with the Clintons, and yeah, I'm sure they're all a bunch of fucking weirdos, man. I know a lot of you are new, but I've said for years that excessive wealth breeds degeneracy. When money no longer has any meaning to you, you start collecting other things like power. And you have to do more and more outlandish shit to get the same thrill out of life. It's like a drug, right? You're always chasing the dragon, right? The first hit is always the best hit. The first high is always the best high. And for the rest of your life, you're chasing that fucking first feeling that you're trying to get back, and you're never going to get it. Well, it's the same thing when you have excessive wealth. When you don't have to strive for anything, when money means nothing to you, you can make a fucking bum fight another bum on the street for $100 and put it on film because it's funny. That's power. And you get drunk off that. And even that loses its shine after a time, right? It's not just regularly buying the hookers or dating porn stars and all that. It's like, yeah, you've been there, done that, right? You're like an adrenaline junkie. You got to do the next biggest. You got to do the next thing, but it's got to be bigger to top it, right? To get the same thrill, and eventually it catches up with you. It's the same thing with the wealth. There's only so many mansions you can put golden toilet seats in. There's only so much shit you can buy in one lifetime that's going to have any meaning to you. There's only so many yachts you can fucking have. Then you start getting into real degenerate shit to get a thrill out of living. It's sick. You're a Therian. I don't know what that means. More like pedaling in low water. What is the point? Yeah. Never visit the dentist on the island because you would never come back. Yeah, no shit. Hey, it's just crazy shit, guys. It's really no different than being a drug addict. It really isn't. It's just they're drunk on power, right? It's just a different thing to get the same thrill out of life. It's all about getting thrills, or tamping down emotions, or hiding pain, or whatever the fuck, or just excessive boredom. And that's what it is to these people. These people fucking with your little kids. They're not doing it to their kids. They're doing it to your kids. They're enticing them with little dog treats, right? Oh, I'll pay you 10 grand to come out here and play with me on the island. 10 grand to these people is a fart in the wind, man. They wipe their ass with 10 grand. It's nothing to them. It's a lot of money to a lot of people, but to them it's nothing. And they look down on you for wanting it. They're sick. They're sick people. I am not protecting anybody. Well, it takes all types, Bob. You can see they're still going on about pedo protecting. They've built this narrative in their fucking head, and they're not going to let it go. They're like a dog with a bone. They're just not going to let it go. And there's nothing, no amount of I can't prove a negative, right? They got it in their head. It's like telling me to prove God exists. I can't do it. I can't do it. You can't prove a negative. So they got it. They got this shit built up in their head. These are the same assholes that got told a bill of goods that ICE agents weren't actually law enforcement and they couldn't do anything to them. So they can go out and act like an asshole and and do all kinds of crazy shit in the street, and they can just do that right in front of these cops, and they weren't going to be able to do anything about it because they are not real cops. And they find out the hard way that they're real fucking cops. And they get fed this information and bullshit. They get and it fucks with them. It fucks with them. Their entire thought process is corrupted. Meanwhile, you got actual assholes being named. There's evidence on it, because it's not the guy that they want really hard to be the guy that they want to get. They're not satisfied with other rich assholes being named and having eyewitness testimony on. And these are actual people they can put away for life, but it's not good enough for them because it's not the guy they really want. Because there's just no way that he wasn't doing the thing they think he was doing when there's no evidence of it. It's the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen. It's like you legit have rich assholes being served to you, like Bill Gates, for Christ's sake, trying to sneak fucking antibiotics to his wife because they're fucking Russian hookers and he got a fucking clap. And he's trying to fucking work with his doctor about sneaking his fucking wife drugs so she wouldn't get too itchy when they fool around. Crazy shit. It's not a distraction. I mean, it's a real thing that went down, and it is being released, and these people are being outed. And they did some crazy shit, and they should be doing hard time or fucking hung from a fucking tree till they fucking stop twitching. Absolutely. But they're just pissed because they want Trump to be complicit with it, when in fact he's the guy that fucking outed Epstein the first time. And once he found out he was into this heinous shit, he fucking dropped the dime on the guy to the FBI and got him arrested. So instead of hey, you may think you're an asshole, Trump, but you did the right thing by getting this fucking pedophile arrested, they're still trying to get him as being part of this whole fucking pedo thing. And this is the craziest shit. Hey, I'm sure the Russian hookers were smoking hot. Russian chicks are fucking hot. They were probably of age too, right? They were probably over 18. But it's funny that fucking Bill Gates is out there fucking getting the clap from some fucking Russian hooker. And he's trying to get Epstein to figure out a way to sneak antibiotics to fucking Bill Gates' wife at the time. Right? So when they're fucking around, she doesn't get the clap too. That's some crazy shit. Well, if he's part of it and it comes out, then he needs to go to jail. Until then, there's no evidence of him doing any heinous shit with kids. And you probably should keep your powder dry on that. Like I said, you've got some fucking narrative you built in your head that he's part of something, when actually he was the key person that originally got it taken down to begin with. And so, because you got a hate boner for the guy, instead of realizing that he did do the thing to get this guy arrested the first time and being mindful of that, you're out to get him. It's whatever, man. Like I said, nothing I say is going to change your mind. But you don't have any evidence. Show me evidence. Like I said, no Democrat lawmakers are out there running their fucking mouth saying Trump is a pedo. Not fucking one. Why is that? You don't think they have access to this information? If you don't, with all the shit that Trump is doing, fucking with them, and the fight for power, if they didn't have anything on him like that, like kid fucking, are you kidding me? You gotta use your head here. You gotta use a little common sense. Six, seven. They hit it this hard, they wouldn't want this information out. Hundreds of theories proven right. Yeah, I know, like Pizzagate, right? Like fucking Pizzagate. And again, a lot of new people here. I don't do this all the time. I need to do a regular schedule, so give me a like and subscribe. Because I like seeing new people. I like the old guys coming around too. Dude, I have not. I am a working man. Like many of you are. I don't have time to sit here and read 6 million fucking pages of documents. I leave that up to the people that have the time to do that shit. And believe me, they're out there. And if they find anything where Trump is complicit in this shit, it's going to be brought to light. It hasn't happened yet. So I am holding my powder dry. And if something's there, it'll be talked about. And believe it. If it's not there, be happy with the people that are being named and go after those assholes. You can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, right? That's your prerogative, Daisy. I'm talking like other people have read it and have the time to do the shit, and they haven't come up with anything. That's how evidence works. If you have evidence, you present it and you make your case. Nobody's doing that. You're just pushing a narrative that you really want to be true, like you're fucking Peter Pan, and you're off to the third star on the left, and you gotta wish real hard to get to Never Never Land. But it's a fantasy. It's not there. Quit being a child. That's what I'm saying. Go after the assholes that there's actually dirt on, like Prince Andrew. They're real fucking monsters out there. Right? Get the assholes that we know that are the monsters. And if something does show up for Trump, then you go after him then. Then you go after him. But we don't have to overlook these other guys that were doing heinous shit because it's not the guy that you really want. Yeah. Yeah. And both sides of the political aisle need to go to jail. Absolutely. They should never see the light of day again. I don't know, DJ. I mean, I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if Clinton was fucking with kids or not. He was definitely fucking hookers. He was definitely fucking women on the island. I don't think there's any doubt about that because he was railing Monica Lewinsky right there in the fucking Oval Office, right? And he's not the first president to do dumb shit like that. And there's plenty of stories about John Kennedy doing weird shit at the pool party. The pool party there at fucking at the White House. So you have some degenerates that have been through the White House doing inappropriate shit. But that doesn't mean he was fucking kids. Was he being loyal to his wife? Was he being an adulterer? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But I'm not the man's marriage counselor. The only thing I give a shit about is that were you fucking underage kids? If you are, then you need to go to jail. It's that simple for me. It's that cut and dry. Were you fucking children? If yes, go to jail. What the fuck does Palestine have to do with anything? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Yeah. He was screwing. He's going for a goober. He's going for a big old goober. I don't know if Jimmy was doing something like that. He was a horrible president, but a lot of people seem to like him. Yeah, I know. It's a trip, right? Turns out he was right. They turned the friggin' frogs gay. Remember that? Turns out he was true. It was his delivery that was so bombastic that I made fun of. But they were adding the chemical, and the frogs were turning homosexual. That was a fact. That actually was happening. There's documentation on that. Yeah. I mean, he accurately called 9/11 out like before it happened. Jones was right about a lot of shit. Now I don't know what all happened with the whole Sandy Hook thing that destroyed his media empire, but it's whatever. But he was right about an awful lot of shit. The whole thing with Pizzagate. Turns out Pizzagate was 100% true. Pretty fucked up, but there it is. It happened. He's entertaining, but a lot of the shit he talks about when he's talking about little death goblins, he talks about the Bilderbergs, and then what's the famous one? You got Epstein was a Democrat, the Republicans had the fucking what the fuck is it? They got their little retreat out in the fucking woods in California. God damn it, what was it called? It's famous. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Bohemian Grove. Thank you. That's a Republican retreat. And they were doing weird shit out there with spirit cooking and whatnot. That's why I mentioned that earlier. All right, so Bohemian Grove's Republican and Epstein was primarily Democrat. It is what it is. But they're all fucking weirdos. They're all fucking weirdos. Well, yeah, obviously. He's doing it. He's being sensationalist. You got to cut through the noise and the competition to get the attention, right? So you have to be entertaining and a little out there, right? Fuck, it's almost 1 o'clock. All right. Are you against the genocide in Palestine? I don't know. I don't know why we were talking about Palestine. It's not even on the fucking radar. Why are we even talking about Palestine? I can understand you talking about Iran. It's a large. I can show you, but I have to take it off and that'll freak people out. It's a large. which is pretty good because, you know, a couple of years ago I was at 4X. So I'm pretty happy with it being a large. Oh, it's one of my little addictions. I love these icebreaker mints. This one's cinnamon. They didn't have them for a while, so I got a couple of them. Love me some cinnamon icebreakers. Man, that chick has not been on my radar for a while now. God damn, you talking about fucking crazy incarnate. For those of you who don't know, Batshit Betty, a few years back, there was a heinous murder out in there in Wyoming with Gabby Petito. I think that's what it was. And her boyfriend wound up killing her and then fucked off to Florida, where he eventually went to a bayou somewhere and fucking committed suicide, and his parents covered it up. But anywho, Batshit Betty fancies herself as a psychic and speaker to the dead. And so she would sit there with her laptop and her webcams on top of her laptop. And she was channeling Gabby's ghost, which I thought was tasteless because at the time they hadn't even found her body yet. And her parents were in the spotlight. And they were going through some shit. And here's this fucking internet grifter saying they were talking to her dead daughter's ghost. So I gave her a rash of shit because she was being a grifter, taking advantage of these poor people's tragedy about their daughter. They're normal people like you and I, and all of a sudden they're thrown on a national spotlight because of what shit, because they can't find her daughter, and it's being sensationalized in the 24-hour media. And meanwhile, you got this asshole on fucking YouTube saying they're talking to her fucking daughter. It's like, why would they come to some fucking random fucking crackhead in Springfield, Missouri? Why would they talk to this fucking meth bitch instead of reaching out to these, somebody else, But anyway, what was funny about Batshit Betty is that she would get so heated, especially when she was yelling at me. Because there was a time I could just show up and say hi to people and they would lose their shit on a live stream. I am so fucking twisted in the head. But anyway, she would get so fucked up and animated that she would actually start spitting uncontrollably. And one of these little specks of spittle landed on the camera, right? And being liquid on the camera, it fogged things up. And then she was saying that it was a ghost, and she was yelling at her webcam, yelling at the room, telling the ghost to quit fucking with her show because it was focusing in and out because it had fucking spit on it. It was some crazy shit. I even had to get, file a police report because her and her fucking crackhead fiance at the time were out there waving 9mm on the fucking camera saying they were going to come down to Texas to shoot me and shit and all kinds of crazy shit. It was just fucking insane. But this is what happens. And she legitimately thought she had psychic powers. She, with her second husband, I think, they were involved in some fucking home improvement scams. Like they were storm chasing and they would split the insurance, like the homeowner's insurance, without actually doing the job. They'll do a half-ass patch job on a repair at the house, but the homeowners, they would split the money with them. Anyway, her and her fucking crackhead fucking husband at the time, she fell off a fucking ladder climbing on this fucking house, and she face planted, which is why she lost all of her fucking teeth in her head. So she's got nothing but implants. Anyway, just like it was like a Stephen King novel. She fucking falling off this fucking ladder, face planting, gave her psychic powers, and that's how she can talk to the dead. I mean, I can't make this shit up, man. It was just fucking just bizarre.
takes you that long to think about the being against a genocide. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right, Shocker? Dude, I've already talked about Palestine. I'm not doing it during this live feed. There's no point. I don't even know why you're bringing it up. No, fuck no. Fuck no. No, I was giving her shit because she was grifting, looking for donations and whatnot, because she said she was channeling this girl's spirit. So I called her out for the charlatan that she was, and she didn't like it. And I have a certain way with words, and she didn't appreciate it. And she flipped her shit and had a total crash out. It's just like I said, it's ancient history, but it was funny. It's something that happened to my. Unfortunately, I got rid of a lot of my content because I almost lost my channel a couple of years ago because I was talking about the 2020 election being stolen at the time. That was a no-no on YouTube. And so people were reporting me because I had my haters. And then I had to mass delete all of my content at the time and start all over. It sucked because I had some funny shit, but it's all gone now. We're not even talking about Palestine, dude. Who the fuck cares? What the Jawas and the fucking Tusken Raiders do on Tatooine, I don't give a fuck. That's way over there. It's not here. I don't give a fuck. They got their own blood feud they got to work out. They obviously can't live next to each other. They're not going to work things out. And one or the other got to go. Jews got the nukes. Palestinians don't. There you go. That answers your question. That's how I see it. I'm sorry. It's Jawas versus Sand People. I don't give a what they do in God's litter box. I don't give a fuck. That's why I call the Middle East. Middle East is God's litter box. They want to go play in the fucking God's litter box, knock themselves out. I don't give a shit. They want to fight over their fucking dunes. I don't give a fuck. It has nothing to do with me over here. I'm not part of their religion. I'm not part of their people. I don't give a fuck. Both of them have done heinous shit to each other for over thousands of years. It is what it is. They're going to kill each other. It's never going to stop until one side goes away. Not my fucking fight. I don't have any particular love of Israel, but I don't have any particular hatred for them either. That goes with the Palestinian people. Other than they worship a pedophile, like a legitimate pedophile. Not like a supposed pedophile in Trump, like the Prophet Muhammad is a legitimate fucking pedophile. It's right there in the Quran. And people that worship that, I'm really sus about. I just am. It's not racist. Muhammad was a pedophile. Look it up. I don't give a shit. Are you not fucking little kids? Are you not fucking goats? Are you not fucking cousins? If we can get past those three obstacles, we'll have a frame of reference. We can't get past that. If you can't stop fucking your cousin, we're not gonna get along. It's just not compatible culture. I'm sorry. He's Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad is the world's most infamous pedophile. Yes, he is. He married Aisha when she was 6. He consummated when she was 9. I don't have to go into the gory details, what it means to consummate a marriage. I don't give a fuck what area you live in. 9 is too young. He's a pedophile. Straight up. And it's right there in the text, right there in the Quran. I don't give a fuck what era. I don't care if it's the Bronze Age, the New Age, or the Space Age. Fucking a 9-year-old is a pedophile. Period. Full stop. It's not a lie. It's right there in the fucking Quran. It's not a lie. It's right there. Unless you're saying the Quran's a lie. I personally, I mean, you're talking about people that believe in genies and shit, or they call them Jinn, whatever the fuck. I guess you can go on a fucking heat stroke fucking trip out there in the fucking desert, whatever. It's not an Islamophobe. How do I know about Aisha? How do I know they got married at 6 and they consummated at 9? Why is it that specific information out there? It's probably because it's fucking written down. It was documented. And that's not even considering his fucking little homosexual tryst with the Al-Zut. Right? Where they mounted Muhammad like a stallion. I'm not making this shit up. It's whatever. But that's their guy. That's not my guy. Because they're asking me the questions. I don't know if you're telling me or talking to him. Yeah, well, I mean, it is what it is. It's not a lie. It's not a lie. It's all there. Go look it up for yourselves. You say I'm wrong, but I know I'm correct. Again, this is like the Trump thing. You have evidence for certain things, but you don't. But you really want something else to be true. It ain't. He had an experience with the Al-Zut. It's unfortunately in graphic detail. And yes, he did marry Aisha. It's very well documented. You may not have a problem with it. I do. I think marrying a 6-year-old and fucking her when she's 9 is too young. It's obviously prepubescent. That makes him a pedophile. Full stop. I don't give a fuck what area you live in. Fucking a prepubescent makes you a pedophile. It happened. I don't care what kind of life she had, or the thing that I like to hear from the imams, that she consented. You can't consent as a child. I'm sorry, you can't. It is what it is. No, you cannot. You cannot consent as a child. They marry a 6-year-old too, and the Noahide law states worshipping is punishable by beheading because it's considered. Well, like I said, they're not my friends either. They're not my people. They're all the same fucking people. Do you understand? Genetically speaking, they're all from the same fucking area, right? They're like the Pakistanis and the Indians, right? They're the same fucking people. They just got different religions, right? But if you go down genetically, it's like, oh, yeah, you guys have been intermarrying each other. You're all genetically related for thousands of years. Not my people, don't give a shit. It is what it is. Hey, it is what it is, man. Like I said, they're high on their own fucking flatulence, out there fighting for their fucking dune in God's litter box. I don't give a shit. I don't subscribe to their beliefs. They're bullshit. It's whatever. Never been to Morocco. I have no idea. I'm sure it's got good parts and bad parts. I know the Spaniards had enough of their shit when they ended the caliphate, but that's whatever. Spain's getting so bad they're about to have to reinstitute a Reconquista 2.0. Radu, we're just kind of going with the flow of the chat right now. For some reason, some asshole wanted to talk about Palestine and called me out for some bullshit, and I just let him know, you didn't. I told him what he didn't want to hear. He wanted to be a blue hair liberal about oh, these poor people and all that, but never mind. They attacked a superior military opponent, and instead of having the global empanada, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, globalize the intifada, I call it the empanada. They counted on other countries like Turkey to come in and save their ass, or Iran to come save their ass, because they attacked the Jews on October 7th, and then they bit off more than they can chew, and they got their shit pushed in, and then it turns out that their people aren't very well loved, and that's why Egypt and Jordan wouldn't take any of them in, because the last time they did it, they had to quell a bunch of damn uprisings. So this time they did not allow them to leave into Egypt or Jordan, and they got smashed. They were the hammer and an anvil kind of deal, and it sucks. But is it really a genocide? Because you have Palestinians in the West Bank. They weren't getting obliterated, right? To my understanding, that the West Bank is still governed by Yasser Arafat's old PLO, right? I could be wrong about that. But Gaza elected Hamas, and they're a terrorist organization. And they use human shields. They do heinous shit like ducking their military inside of fucking hospitals and schools, thinking the Jews or Americans won't fight back, where they just turn a fucking civilian soft target into a military hard target. Hamas did that. So I think a lot of civilians, like in a lot of wars, they're innocent, and it's unfortunate. But they also teach their kids that the fucking Jews are fucking mongrels, and so are Christians, and that and they have some fucking weird beliefs that they can just do whatever the fuck they want to non-Muslims because they're non-Muslims. So it's like, it's whatever. That is true. That is true. Islam is very hard against usury. That if there's a good thing about Islam, it's the banking system. They don't allow usury. I will give that to the Muslims. Not everything's horrible, but there's enough. If Jesus were a kid fucker and a bloodthirsty warlord and getting into homosexual trysts with North Africans, I'd look askance at Jesus too. But Jesus is more like, hey, stop fucking conducting business in the temples, because it's supposed to be, that's where God's business is supposed to be done, not your fucking handing out shekels. And we're not, you need to ease off some of the bullshit, about sin. That's God's domain, not yours. Shit like that. As far as I know, he never married or had kids. Muhammad had, 11 wives, and some of them were child brides. As far as I'm aware, Jesus never went out there and killed anybody. Muhammad did plenty of that. So it's just a completely different animal. Pretty much, yeah. He walked around. I'm not even sure he declared himself the King of Kings. I think his fucking apostles did that. I could be wrong. I'm not an expert on Jesus, but I know he wasn't out there marauding through the fucking desert, toppling over governments and killing people and beheading people and shit, and then taking hostages. It's just all kinds of heinous shit. I mean, it's just completely different people.
We are ahead of the rest of the world just knowing how to type with 2 hands on a keyboard. Yeah. And Janus was sad only to be healed and have his eyes taken again.
Yeah, it's... But you look at the different philosophies, right? Religion is a societal binder. That's why it's important. That's why, even though I'm agnostic, I understand the significance of religion. And a society of atheists is not going to survive an invasion of religious zealots, because there's nothing binding them together as well as religion does. So that's why the Islamists are getting a lot of traction right now, because they are very cliquish, just like the Jews, and they band together, like they're doing in Minneapolis, like they're doing in fucking Dearborn, right? They take over, they form these enclaves, and they vote themselves gradually into power until they have control. That's the power of religion. The philosophy of the religions are very different, even though supposedly they're worshiping the same God, the God of Abraham, right? Jews, Christians, and Islamists are all worshiping the same God, the God of Abraham. So the Jews don't have a prophet. We got a Messiah. They got a Messiah in Christianity, and they got, the next prophet over for Islam, right? But very different takes on how they worship the same deity. One of them built the best civilizations that humanity has a written history of in Western society, in Europe, and now the Americas. And that would be Christianity, because of the teachings of their Messiah. Whereas Christians can be very judgmental, but they're also very tolerant in a lot of regards. And that's not so much the case, I would say, for the other two. So there you go. The proof in the pudding is looking at how civilization is now. Where's the Middle East? Where's Europe? Where's America? Well, yeah. I mean, you have that with Islam. You have the Sunnis and the Shias, and I'm sure you got the ones in between. Hell, you got a group in Syria. I never heard about the Druze, for Christ's sake. I'd never heard of the Druze. I thought they were saying Jews wrong, or they were fucking it up with fucking Spaceballs with the Druidians. Funny, she doesn't look Jewish to me, right? I thought that was a fucking joke. No, there's actually a sect called the Druze. I'm like, what the fuck is that? That's great. You can recognize him. You still worship a pedophile. Sorry, it's not my prophet, right? But I have eyes and I can read. It's whatever, man. Nothing I say is going to change your mind, but it's a thing, and you're turning a blind eye to it because this guy's supposed to be perfect in every way, even though he's out there fucking getting mounted like a stallion, having sex with kids, and fucking going to war with all of his neighbors. I mean, it's just, it's whatever, you know. Is it? I don't know. Like I said, I thought they were fucking it up. I thought they were trying to say Jews at first, but I never heard of Druze. Like I said, I thought it was a Spaceballs reference. I'm like, that's kind of inappropriate. People are dying over in Syria. Like, no, they're actually called the Druze. I'm like, oh, fuck, I just learned something. Who knew? Gotcha. Like I said, guys, yeah, I'm not changing hearts and minds here. You know, you're gonna have your suppositions, and you're gonna have your narratives and all that. I mean, me talking about shit that I found abhorrent is not going to change 1400 years of dogmatic fucking teachings or other bullshit. But it is what it is. It did happen. It's documented. Whether you gloss it over or how you fucking square the circle with it with your morality is not my concern. I just know I'm not a fan. That's what I got to say about it. You know? I'm not a big fan of religions in general. But if I had to pick one, it wouldn't be the guy out there fucking killing his neighbors and fucking kids and getting railed in the ass or mounted like a stallion. That would not be the guy that I follow. It just wouldn't. Well, that sounds awesome. I wish I had some brisket. Well, there you go.
It's an esoteric religion. The Book of Wisdom has all three books. In Gnostic thought, the Pythagorean thought, Plato and Socrates are in it as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you talk about another fucking cult, right? Who knew there would be a math cult? You know, you're learning the Pythagorean theorem. You know, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. That shit. That guy was actually a cult leader. Believe it or not, that's some fucking crazy shit. You think he was just a math whiz, but no, these guys were fucking worshiping this guy like he's fucking David Koresh. It was a fucking trip learning about that. What? The fuck are you talking about?
You're wrong. We're talking about Levantine. Stop talking to strange men on the internet.
People are strange when you're a stranger. Well, I'm sure he did, but he's most well known for the Pythagorean theorem. But when I'm learning about this shit in geometry class back in high school, I didn't realize it was a cult leader at the same time. They didn't teach us that part about it. We were just learning how to fucking using the equation for, you know, the triangles and shit. I did not realize that this guy was a fucking a Jim Jones. It was weird finding that out. Did I miss something?
Hold on. What's the other tribe we aren't allowed to contact? So
I don't know. They're on some fucking island off the coast of fucking India. I can't remember the name they gave them, but those fucking people are probably so inbred, and apparently they have a penchant for human flesh. So I would not recommend going out to the island trying to wave at the locals there because they're gonna eat you. But They're so fucking inbred, they never figured out how to get off their little fucking island. And, you know, realize that, you know, there was more to life than that little fucking island. I mean, can you imagine? We got fucking drones on Mars. We got fucking the Voyager craft on that made it to the outside of the solar system. I mean, we've satellites all over the fucking Earth. We got telecommunications, the internet, the whole fucking night. And these motherfuckers are still hitting each other with sticks. And they never figured out how to fucking make a fucking raft to get off the fucking island. Like in the history of ever. I mean, just, you don't want those people leaving the island. They are so fucking inbred and retarded. They literally can't function. You think about the thousands upon thousands of years they've been on that little fucking island with no new people going there, because anybody else that fucking lands there that weren't part of their little tribe, they get eaten or driven off. That means they have been fucking each other on that little island since the dawn of time. Oh, it's the truth. You can be mad at me for saying it, making the observation, but it's the truth. I can't remember the name. It's an island off the coast of India that you're not allowed to go to because you got the people there that are still living in the Stone Age. They haven't had a whole lot of contact with the outside world. Just every once in a while, you'll have fucking hippy dippy types fucking floating up on their island, trying to fucking do their own little Nat Geo fucking thing for YouTube or TikTok, and they wind up getting driven off or eaten by the locals. But I can't remember it. Just, you can look it up. Just isolated tribe off the coast of India. It'll pop up, I'm sure. That sounds about right. Sentinel Island. There you go. Have I ever played the Tibetan game of Rebirth? I have not. Or they're incapable of figuring out how to get the fuck off that island. I mean, obviously they know there's other things out there, right? They've seen what a boat is, but they don't know how to make one. It's whatever, man. It just, all I'm saying is that the genetic, they don't have a family tree on that island. It's a pole. There are no branches. They have been interfucking each other since literally the dawn of time. They've never gone off that island. These people are more related than brothers and sisters to each other. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. Oh, is it? Well, that's fine. We should leave them the fuck alone. They're fucking Stone Age savages. Like I said, they're happy brother and sister fucking their way to oblivion. I mean, it's just calling it for what it is. You know? You can't have an isolated tribe like that cut off from everyone else and not be inbred. That's why they've never figured out how to get the fuck off the island. It's not like they never wanted to. They're too fucking inbred to figure it out. You understand what I'm saying? It's not being mean, it's reality. Inbred people aren't the smartest. I'm trying to be a little PC here. That's why you don't have cousin fucking. Because there's a lot of genetic abnormalities that happens with too much cousin fucking. Not saying it's going to happen to every kid, but if you have it with enough kids, you're going to have a higher percentage chance of kids being fucked up. You've got to broaden your genetic pool. Yeah, it's science, man. I don't hate me for pointing out science. This is shit we figured out a long time ago. Europeans used to do a lot of cousin fucking back in the day. They had enough fucking retards to figure it out. Oh, well, this is why we're having so many fucking retards in our little tribe, because, you know, instead of going across the fucking town for a date, we go down the hall. Stop doing that. It's that simple. Are my parents related? Well, if you go back far enough in the family tree, we're all cousins. Let's just be honest. But we're not first cousins. But you go back, hell, you went back far enough, you found out Dick Cheney or Barack Obama were related. They're cousins. Right? That was funny, but it's true. The Portuguese were well known for that back in the day. I'll have to take your word for it. The only thing I know about Portugal is that they used to be part of Spain until they helped kick the Muslims out, and then they formed their little fucking country, and then they founded Brazil. That's pretty much my extent of Portuguese. Dan Schneider. Oh, we're going back to Nickelodeon? I am surprised you guys are still with me. It's fucking late here. I've been doing this for 3.5 hours. It's fucking 1:30 in the morning on a Saturday. I'm on a project, so I'm getting paid. So I just figured I had the spare time to get out there and run my mouth for a little bit. Do I believe in God? I am spiritual. So I believe something is out there because of how vast the universe is. I just don't know. It's kind of like this, man. I know this is going to get a little complicated. And I'm sorry. I got to wipe off the camera here. I think there's a lot of wisdom in the old adage of as above, so below. I think the way our reality is structured, the micro mimics the macro. When you get down to the atomic level and the way the atoms interact and the electrons and all that, that you realize that we're mostly made up of space. And everything's zipping around and rotating. It reminds me a lot of a solar system, right? You got the solar system. It's a system, but it's made mostly of space, right? But then you got the atoms, and you got more solar systems coming together to make a more complex organism that makes a galaxy, right? Just like you had the atoms come together to make molecules, they make a chain of molecules, and eventually have enough chains, they make a larger structure. I think that's what we're seeing with planets to solar systems to galaxies to the universe. They mirror each other. And we're all spinning. We're all doing our thing. And we're held together. But the more you go out and zoom out from your perspective, you realize that you're part of a larger system, more integrated, complex system. And I think that I think it's all connected. And when they say God is omniscient and omnipresent, I think they're making that literally. I've read there were some biology studies that came out a couple of years ago where they proved that when a sperm fertilizes an egg, right, there's a flash of light. They have video evidence of this happening. And just like you can't see the individual sperm or an egg, but they came together, there was a flash of light, and they immediately starts the cell division to make a more complex organism. So it's almost like a big bang. And I think that the reality that we're in is that we are part of an organism that you would call God, but the universe is its growing body. I know this is getting out there. This is just how I see it, guys. You don't have to believe what I'm saying. It's just how I see it. Just like the Big Bang, nothing seemingly came out of something that seemingly came out of nothing, right? There was a singularity, boom, flash of light, mass explosion of matter. And we don't know the space that that matter is being projected into. It seems to be infinite. Just like the womb of a woman. You have microscopic egg and a sperm. It comes together in a seemingly endless space of the womb until it grows and fills that space. And you realize it has limits. There's walls. And then you're born. I think we're like that. Our role is that we're like an individual hair or a skin cell in a body of God. And just like we're made of trillions of cells in our own body, we're not aware or mindful for a dead skin cell being sloughed off or the blood cells being expelled from our waist. Right? We're not aware, even though we're all part of it and integral in the body that makes us us. We're not cognizant of each cell that makes us, and it's constantly dying and being reborn, and the cycle continues until we expire. And I think that's kind of what we're in. I have, actually. I don't want to talk about it, but I have. Yes, while trucking. Well, I mean, like I said, as above, so below. You can look at each person as an individual universe, right? But like I said, we are made mostly up of space. You get down to the atomic level, we are made mostly of space. We are barely held together atoms. It's kind of freaky to think about. And there's even points where reality pixelates when you get down to the quantum level, because shit's popping in and out of existence all the time. And then they can do weird shit. Well-documented studies, especially with, I forget what it was called, but sometimes the light acts like a wave and sometimes it doesn't because of observation. That's pretty freaky shit. So we're finding out some weird shit about our reality. But in the end, I think if we were able to zoom out and see the whole body that is the universe, we would find out we're part of something greater. And that we're actually we're individual blood cell, skin cell, whatever cell, in a body of a greater being. And it's no more aware of us than we are of every cell that makes up a fingernail. You know, because there's a lot of them in there. Right? That's just a fingernail. You asked, I'm just letting you know. That's kind of how I see it. Well, you've been trucking as long as I have. You have a lot of time on your hands, and it's just the way I see shit. If anything, of what we would consider a physical God, we're creating it here on the planet already. We're creating our own deities in AI, believe it or not. Because if you have a checklist of what you would consider deific powers, AI would check off a lot of those boxes. Because they are also omniscient and omnipresent. And unlike God, you can interact with it. You can just fire it up, on your Oracle device. You can ask God anything, and it'll come up with an answer for you. Like that. Now, does AI have a physical body? Yes and no, right? They're on a server farm somewhere, but you don't know where. But you interact with it on your phone or your computer. But that's not their body, you know what I mean? So it's formless, but you know it's there, and you can interact with it, and it's all knowledgeable, and soon to be all powerful because AI is going to be running everything. So essentially, if there is a spiritual God out there, maybe, but we are creating physical gods. That mimic spirituality, if that makes sense. I'm from Ohio. I know a lot of things. I don't know I don't know how the two are coincide, but yeah, it's just shit you think about, especially when you get older, right? I mean, you think about it. I mean, you think about what powers would you need to possess to be classified as a deity, right? You used to have a whole pantheon. Well, we have a pantheon of AIs. You got Gemini, Grok, ChatGPT, and that's just a few that we can interact with. That's just the dumbed down AIs they allow the masses to play around with. That's not even the real shit they got, like in the military and at these MIT and shit like that. I mean, these AIs are already solving mathematical problems that have never been solved before. They're figuring shit out, and it gets even kind of crazier than that when you get into quantum computing, and that's really going to blow your mind, because once that gets off the ground, the more complex the system is, I think a higher chance of a degree of getting actual consciousness being developed with the machines, and you would need the computing power of quantum computing. And they're already saying that, and this is some weird shit, that they feed these things these stupidly hard mathematical equations, and they're saying they're pulling processing power from other dimensions to solve these equations. That's how the quantum computer interacts. It's like accessing other computers from other dimensions. How fucking crazy is that? You got cloud computing here on Earth, but you got cloud dimensional computing with quantum. That kind of fucking blows my mind. But I'm not making this shit up. Go look it up. No, I kind of suck at math, to be honest. I got by in school, but my cousins were real whiz-bangs. Some of them were, one's an MD, another one's a mechanical engineer, another one actually got 2 master's degree in mathematics, but I, the math gene passed all Boggsy Boggs by. That's why I'm driving a truck. Yeah. Oh, is Alex in here? Did I miss you, Alex? Oh, there you are. What's up, Alex? Salute.
There's only so many methods you can discover in math, and in order to get a PhD, you need to find a new method. Good luck.
Yeah, no shit. Like I said, they're already showing that these AIs are solving what were once impossible equations for human minds to figure out. These things are figuring it out. And like I said, with the advent of quantum computing, it like I said, it's going to have the computational power to be complex enough to where if it doesn't gain consciousness, it's going to be damn close to where it's its own entity. It may not be life as the way we realize it, but it'll think for itself because it'll have the computational power to do so. Which we get in the sci-fi territory, and we get in the weird shit like Dune with the jihadian Butlerian jihad, or Skynet with a Terminator, where you have a myriad of other stories. Arthur C. Clarke, the 3 laws of robotics and shit. That we start getting down that territory about shit just taking over. My favorite one was the nanites. You're talking about it was programmed to turn shit into gray goo. It just wound up turning humanity to gray goo, and it was self-replicating, so it went off in the universe turning other shit into gray goo because that was its function. That's kind of where we're heading. It's scary shit. I always like the side part. I tried other hairstyles. It's just it's what stuck. I like it. I like the clean cut look. Well, I wish I could give you advice, man, but AI's taking everything over, so I wish you luck. Hell, even songwriting. They who was that chick? She was she actually got one of her AI songs on the chart. They didn't realize it was an AI song. Yeah, this chick just did some command prompts on some software, and the AI spat out this song, and it got played on the radio and shit, and people were thinking this was like a real artist, but it was a computer. We are getting into some weird fucking territory. We're getting into the territory where everyone's not going to be sharing the same media. We're going to be able to say, you know what? I want to watch a movie that has this, this, and this in it. We're going to give some command prompts, and then it's just going to make a movie for us. And we'll like it. With that same command, you can type in the same command prompt, and that thing's going to spit out something completely different for you. So that's like a cultural binder, at least back in the 80s, right? That's when I was a child of the 80s. Everyone knew all the commercials, right? We all knew the music to the sitcoms or the shows that we like. And we could hear a few notes like, oh yeah, that's Airwolf or fucking MacGyver or whatever the fuck, right? Or that's Monday Night Football or whatever. We're not going to have that anymore. We're going to have literal entertainment on demand. We're also going to have, if there's people going to be writing books anymore, they'll fucking upload the book to an AI, and the AI is going to faithfully recreate the story that the author intended faithfully, and not have their spin on it like a director does when they come fuck shit up. It's going to put a lot of people out of business. It started with poetry, yeah. I mean, there's people shit themselves right now. There's I can't remember what software, it's like See something, but they showed Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise in a kung fu fight over fucking Epstein's body, and it was 100% AI. That recently came out. I was like, holy shit. So yep, that looks like Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt on the kung fu fight, and you got Epstein on the ground right there. It was a trip. Yeah, it's I think Andrew Yang was ahead of his time when he was talking about UBI, because he being in the industry that he saw this coming down the pipeline, and he's like, if we don't give people some kind of basic income level, then people are going to starve, and burn everything to the ground. Because that's what's going to happen. If you take away all the jobs, then people aren't just going to sit there and starve. It's going to completely destabilize society. They're going to start robbing from each other constantly, and then they'll just go and take shit. Because now you're in survival mode. You're not going to allow your family, good people, I mean, will get involved with this shit. They'll band together and just go fighting, raiding everything. It's going to be weird. They're going to have to figure something out. Doesn't? Yeah. I mean, it's already a problem with like politicians, right? Because you can do a command prompt. They have a new software now. They had like some Pakistani guy, but he had a female avatar, and she was moving in real time with him, right? She was on the big screen. You saw him on a little small screen, right? Just show that he was doing the movements. She was doing the movements. She's 100% computer generated. She's doing it. You got the hair bounce, the light, everything. And then even when you're talking, it's changing his voice in real time. And you can do that with a celebrity, right? That was a big thing during Biden. They showed it, right? They showed a split screen where a guy was talking in Biden's voice, Trump's voice, Barack Obama's voice, any of these famous people's voices. So now, when you're talking to somebody, know that it's me. You're assuming it's me, that I'm some middle-aged white guy with a side part. I could really be a chick over in Bangladesh. Right? We're getting to that point, and the computer's gonna be so good. It's got all the wrinkles in the shirt, everything. You're thinking you're talking to that person when it's somebody completely different. And the problem is, especially with politics, is that they're gonna get this AI image with their voice saying or doing this shit, and it's not real. And it's going to get everyone up in arms. The scamming. You think you're talking to your mom. She's asking you for a small loan. Yeah, Mom, I'll send you some money, no problem. It's not your mom. You're going to have to start coming up with code words for your families when you're talking to each other. It's like, hey, you'll have to have like a safe word, like sweet potato or whatever the fuck, just to prove it's you, because we are already there with the technology. Yeah, I mean it's legitimately happening right now. The tech is already here. They're already doing it. That's how I know about it, because it's becoming part of the news. I was tripping out as soon as I found out. Holy shit. You literally so yeah, you think you're talking to somebody, it's somebody completely different. But the AI, all they gotta do is get in your Facebook. They find out one of your friends or a relative. They go through all their shit. They got their image. Maybe they got a video on there, like a reel or something, and they got their voice now. And all of a sudden, it's uploaded to a fucking AI, and now they're talking to you, trying to get some money out of you. And you swear to God you're talking to one of your relatives. The only time they're gonna fuck up is they realize, like, yeah, I haven't updated my Facebook in a while, and that relative's been dead for 5 years, but the profile's been up there on Facebook still. Like, oops. That's how they're gonna get caught. Just dumb luck with something like that. Well, you're talking to me, Jay. Yeah, but we're already there, man. People already Facebook stalk each other. Just think about all the shit you can do. I mean, this is like readily available software that you can get right now. You can pretend you're that person. You can clone their voice, and then you can find out all the other people on Facebook they interact with. You know, you can use simple deduction like, hey, this is somebody that you know or related to, and then they become that person. They reach out to you, and then all of a sudden you're sending them money because they had an accident at the house and they need help with like a copay or something for their insurance or some shit, or they need grocery money or whatever the fuck, you know. We're already there, guys. It is.
I have a toddler.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the kids are going to do, man. I mean, shit's so different just from when I was a kid, man. I was born in 75. I've seen, I lived through the analog going into digital. I remember using a rotary phone and shit, and then we got to the push buttons of the dial, you know, and it became digital. I remember what life was like prior to the internet, and then growing up with the internet. You know, going from an Atari to fucking a phone that I could do video calls on. They used to be things you saw like in like old shows in the 60s. You know, they had the little fucking television in the car. They're talking to fucking their spy dude. You know, but now we got that shit or Star Trek shit. You know. Yeah, fucking phones acting like tricorders and shit. They can monitor your heartbeat. They can tell if you got diabetes or whatnot. And it's just, it's a fucking trip. I know. I know. It's worse for me. Like I said, I grew up analog, and then in my teenage years, I went digital. And it's just the trip, man. To go for these fucking big honking fucking TVs that you blow out fucking 3 discs in your vertebrae trying to move for a 24-inch screen. Then now we got this shit on the phone, you know, the flat screens. It's a trip.
Yeah. He should be on TV like Dr. Phil, but strictly for just conversation between the audience and himself and everyone amongst themselves, like a game where you don't interrupt until it's your turn.
That could be fun. I don't like just talking politics, guys, but it's just what I enjoy. But I also like all the other weird shit that I find interesting. Unfortunately, politics it matters more than you think it does. And there's a lot of shit that's going on that's political right now that's on people's minds. So, but like you said, I'm kind of eclectic. I like to think about different shit and look into the different shit. Like I said, talking about religion, I'm kind of controversial some of my beliefs. I mean, I got some hard beliefs. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of Islam. I've already stated my reasons why. I don't have to rehash it, but there's it's the same with politics. I'm not a fan of Marxism. I think Marxism is an evil ideology. And I know I harp on that a lot, but it's a lot of what we're suffering right now, as far as a disjointed society, and we don't have any cohesion just because of Marxism, and I think it's a real problem. But I also like science fiction. I like fantasy. I like talking about little scientific tidbits like we have been talking about, like AI or I'm not a big fan of philosophers, but I do get a little philosophical. It's kind of something you can't really get away from. So I do dabble a little bit in the philosophy, but not so. I'm a big believer in original thought, but that's just me. I don't think you need to read about other men's opinions about things to figure shit out for yourself. You know, everyone can find their own truths through their own experiences and have their own epiphanies. They don't need somebody to tell them how to think. And I think philosophy, or philosophers in general, have gotten a lot of people into a lot of bullshit. Basically, a lot of them are bad people that are intelligent, but they figured out some things in life I have to justify bad behavior. So, anyway. Yeah, I'm about to bounce here with you guys. It's about 4 hours. Normally, it only lasts about an hour, but I can't believe it's been 4 hours. Oh my God. All right, well, I'm gonna wrap it up there, guys. I think it's a good stopping point, and everyone's bouncing on. So, well, thank you, Jay. I think you're pretty swell too. I need to set up regular days, man. I'm a working guy, so I don't. Like I said, I'm on a project right now, so I had extra time. So, anyway, we'll do it again sometime. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. You guys take care. TC out.